Dame, dame.
So we're missing Philip,
Yes.
but he's on. He just got online, so he should be.
Just a matter of time.
Yeah, he got into roll 20 first, so he'll be on voice. Hey, Sherwick, how's it going?
Hey, pretty good. How are you guys?
I'm
Very
doing
good.
pretty all right.
Pretty good.
Yeah, I'm chilling.
How's the strongest halfling in the entire world?
Can
hanging
bench
there.
a continental plate. Sherbrooke.
Hello.
What's going on,
Hello.
Philip?
Although Ava hasn't witnessed the feats of strength of him yet, so.
Alrighty, so everybody is logged on. I assume you're all here.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody wish to recap?
So we have a boat now. You're welcome.
Let's start at the beginning here. So
I will be happy. I'll be happy to recap this week if you want.
Go for it.
Okay.
You guys
so,
could even work together to recap the week.
Well, it started off with us having little dream sequences, things that happened during our watches. Philip had a nice meeting with his grandfather in his dream. I don't know if mine wasn't in a dream, but during my watch, I got approached by a couple people sent by my patron, and apparently no one noticed that Lex took off in the middle of the night. It probably happened on my watch since I was distracted, but the Lex left with the NPC. Then we woke up in the morning. Everybody realized that Lex left. I took Billy took the opportunity of chaos to slip away as well himself. And the group decided that they can't chase two people at once, and that Lex was probably the better chase of the two. Well, they went after Lex and then realized that Billy was missing, so decided to continue going after him. Go ahead, Arvio.
After which, to continue on, we decided to walk, I think for 2 days straight, at about 100 miles, which took a definite toll on the team as a whole. We found a couple of carcasses of camels along the way, indicating that they were pretty much ridden to death. Near the end of our little journey, Arvio ended up doing a little bit of a reading, which predicted a change soon that would give them a little bit of direction. And soon enough, in the distance, they ended up seeing a boat of all things, which he ran up to because God forbid he walk another goddamn mile in these hooves. And Sherbert followed quickly along, to which they eventually encountered a bunch of sand pirates and attempted to talk them down. I do believe I think what ended up happening was the rest of the group, who were far less sneaky, pretty much ran up, and then the fight started, and thus we were introduced to, during this battle, to our two wonderful new party members.
I will add on there because it did not happen because Sherbrick wasn't here at the start, but his character also had a dream that he seemed to take away forgiveness from it. So there was a lot of people who had things happen at the start of this session last time. But does anybody have anything else to add to any of that?
Well, we'll see if that roll continues.
Well, so kind of going back in the beginning of last session, Billy left, and then there was also a note that was left by Lex to the whole party, which I don't think Billy was the only one that did not see the note.
Nope, I did not.
And then there was a few party character moments, let's just say that happened. And then you guys, rest is kind of from there. So yeah, arrived on the ship, found out that there were two, one being a captured gnome and the other one telling everybody not to continue and try not fighting this fight. Arvio somehow managed to live after going from 1 HP back up to 13, or I think it was 11 actually, and then back down to 1.
I'm the tank.
So yeah, and then after the fight, there was a little bit of Zilmon basically introduced to Arvio and Philip.
Mm.
He asked for protection, I guess, in means of allowing, or he was asking the party for protection to get south, which you guys don't know where. But seeing that you guys are potentially heading that direction, he offered to be as a person of transport, since he knows how to drive, or he knows something of a ship. Just say that. So we ended off doing the investigation. Some of us found some stuff. Arvio found, I think, a spell book or some sort of things, 2 spell books.
Yeah, I still need to run identify on a couple of the items as well.
Yeah, some coin was found. I found a locked box that I knew that had some coin, because this was my airship. Oh, and by the way, the figure in the distance that you guys figured out was an airship, not an actual like other monster type thing. So I think that's about it. We left off
This
where,
airship.
yeah, we left off to where we were getting ready to board the sand ships, I think.
Yes, you guys looted. Quick introductions to each other. Agreed to take on these 2 new members who don't know you, don't know each other. And that's where you guys are now at, standing on the ship of this wrecked airship, or standing on the deck of this wrecked airship. Kind of just gotten to know each other, looting. What would you like to do from there?
Well, Ava would like to go up to Arvio and say, so what brought this ragtag group of people together?
Well, we started in a bar, as most adventurers do, and it sort of got out of hand from there. Where were we? I forget where we were. Philip, what was the first town we met in?
You asking of the name?
Yes, please.
Can I roll history?
Yeah, roll history. I'd say you can have advantage too because you grew up in that area.
Well, yeah, nearby. History with advantage.
Dalhurt, Dalhist, something like that. You're not really sure.
Dalhurt.
Yes, Dalhart, which was which was a place very, very far away from here, which I was happy about because I was away from home. Then I was dragged into hell along with the rest of the group, and
To
it's
hell?
sort of all... Yeah. Oh, yeah, that was a thing and a half, and I don't really want to talk about it. But we got out, and we ended up back in hell because I came home. And we kind of took a couple weeks to recover from that, and now we're out here.
You back at home? Where's your home?
Torrid.
Ah, that's where I was born and grew up.
I have a out of character, if I may, just to clarify this. So she looks like. Does she not look like she came from Torrid? Because the image I'm seeing looks like a person that did not come from Torrid.
She does not look like she came from Torrid, but she tells you she's from Torrid. She's nice and clean, and actually, she's wearing tattered desert garb currently.
Were your parents from Torrid? Out of curiosity.
I
I'm sorry, it was two-person.
I don't know. I don't know my parents. I grew up an orphan.
It's just that you don't necessarily look like one who grew up in the desert. Your skin is very clear of the sun's kiss, as it were.
Oh, well, you know, take care of your skin, and it'll take care of you.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Now, if I may indulge myself into a little bit of information, how did you get into the business of standing up against your stilt of all people?
Well, you've seen the hideous things that he's allowed in the town.
Absolutely. They've made quite a bit of trouble for me in the past, I do say.
Well, he's that kind of evil just cannot stand. If nobody stands up against evil, then who's going to stop it?
I agree. Now, next question is, are you acting alone? Do you have people you're working with?
I have benefactors.
Do you have a plan as far as how you would like to approach stopping yourself?
Well,
into the
my task is to keep powerful artifacts out of his hand. You guys have been to hell and survived? Wow.
It was tricky business, but I was able to, being as I am what I am, I was able to translate a lot of things and help them get through that. It also helps that I did plenty of reading up on my heritage. Out of curiosity, of course.
Yeah, I mean, being descended of infernals probably certainly does help.
So, it definitely claiming clutch in hell. Wrong circle, though. So.
That. And with that, anybody else have anything they want to say or do?
Philip would probably join Zulmorn on his ship and kind of try to inquire on how the hell those things work.
So you're gonna have to like go into role play with this.
Fair enough. So you're on your own ship, I assume, right now.
Yeah, currently.
Yeah, so
kind of
yeah,
looking through some stuff.
So after answering our view with that question he thrown, going on your ship, so you've been captain for a while.
Yeah, been a captain of a ship, yeah.
I actually haven't been on a ship before myself. Not really fond of water, you may say. I'm quite more pleased with sand, even though it's not particularly easy to travel through it. So, anyway, how does that whole thing work exactly?
Sorry, man, that's a trade secret.
Oh. Well, perhaps I'll just observe you from afar and learn something myself, I suppose.
Well, you're more than welcome to do so, but be warned, I won't let you know what I do.
Do not worry. Unlike my friend over there, I do not try to push my luck. Your secrets are safe. I will not inquire too much. I'll just observe, as I said.
Do what you wish.
Yep.
Go ahead.
No, just like that, I'll probably just find some somewhat comfortable spot on your deck and sit down and rest myself.
I think before you even get to that point, I would say we might want to start getting ready to move. From what I can tell is that these pirates, in a sense, are they have a bigger ship that's potentially coming this direction. So if we have any places or things to do now, do it with haste, and I would recommend to leave now.
Saying that, I'll approach side of the ship where I can see everyone else and basically just shout out to gather up and pack up and time to leave, basically.
Yeah, while
Aye,
he's
aye,
doing
Captain.
that, I'm going to go to one of the sand ships and then try to do an investigation on how they work. Kind of get a general idea how to run it.
All right, you notice of these ships, there's a couple of them that just kind of look like small ships that were taken out of the ocean and put onto these kind of skis. But you notice this one in particular that really stands out to you. It has some kind of like reptilian skull on the front of it. You notice the sleds on the side have like all these spikes pointing out of them, and they look like they were rigged onto the side of this. They don't look like they were built into the plans. And you also notice that it does have what look like giant crossbows, maybe if you want to call them small trebuchets, kind of mounted on the railing. Get the feeling this was probably an important ship, and it is the one that looks the most well armed.
Wait a second. They're big crossbows?
Yeah, they'd be too big for anybody to carry.
Yeah, I was like, trebuchet? Oh, that's a ballista. Okay.
Or a ballista, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay.
So you want to go pick one of the normal ones, or you like this one?
I think we're gonna go with the assault ship, considering that it stands out, and one, I'm thinking it's probably a little faster.
Well, if I see you getting on that ship, I'm gonna get on one of the ballistas and start loading it.
All right, so you guys watch as your new gnomish little friend walks over and kind of jumps up on the ship, followed by Ava, who is mucking about with stuff. The rest of you gather up with him.
Yeah, I misty step onto the ship.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Need
I'll
help up
put
there,
you guys-
Sherbrick.
Yep.
I'll
You'll
kind
get
of
him.
extend my arm and help him out too.
I'll jump up. Try to grab the arm.
All right. Well, we'll move over, and you guys can meet your new ship.
Wait,
when
this
you-
ship is older. This ship is awesome. It comes in 3/5.
Okay, so where you guys are currently standing, hold on there, Ava. I guess I'll put you here. You can head towards that. We'll go through this real quick.
All right.
So, this here is a lower deck. This here is a cabin. So it's like a normal ship where you got the lower deck and then you got this cabin. So this is about a good like 8 feet up here. You do notice that there's 2 ladders to the sides on that side and that side. These are the kind of skis that it uses to propel itself across. And the main hull of the ship, as you can see, is supported by these metal beams. It actually sits up out of the sand, so the main hull does not touch the sand at all. And they're good, probably. The skis are about 5 feet tall, and it's lifted up quite a bit. Up here, where the skull is, as you guys are kind of poking around, this does not sit directly on the deck. It's kind of raised up, and it got these poles that are holding it up, and you can see a hook hanging down and some kind of mechanism. As you guys kind of look at it, you realize this is probably some kind of crane that they use. Everybody but Zilmorn and Sherbrick would have to bend over, but it's still easy to lower and raise stuff up with it. You also notice at the very tip there's some kind of metal canister stuck to it, and you're kind of looking at that, and you see attached to the side, kind of over in here, is this long pole. On one side is a hook, and on the other side looks to be some kind of torch of some kind. And you realize that what that is up front is a lantern, and you can reach out with this pole, open it, light the other side, and light it, and it shines light out in front of the ship. You obviously have no idea what they're called, but this leads down below. You guys poke your head in, and you see that it's actually this little storage area, has a lot of crates and barrels in it. This here is your mast. This mast is very big, and it goes up, and it has this cross beam up there, and it got this that's currently kind of tucked away. Give me a moment. And it's quite massive. And here on the bottom deck, you have 2. They're not necessarily forward facing. As you guys mess around with them, you realize these do turn 360 degrees. It's kind of hard to point it in towards the ship, because then you'd be standing out on nothing. So they do have a lot of range. but these are the giant crossbows / small ballista,
Mhm.
whatever. And so yeah, here you got 2 lanterns. You also have a doorway right here. We'll get to that. You also have 2 more of these weapons. These are the same. They seem to have 360-degree movement. It's just kind of hard to point them inwards. And you notice that these have ropes, and the ropes go from here up to the cell, the beam that the cell is attached to. And then jump into here and put that here. As you guys go inside the doorway, you see that there is 4 sets of bunk beds. So this can easily sleep 8 people. And there's also a little table here with a lantern and a couple back windows out of it.
Well, that's
And
just
this is your ship.
I have a question. While everybody's sort of looking around and checking the materials, this is going to be a really weird question. Is the wood treated, or is it just straight planks of wood?
It's treated wood.
Okay, cool.
So
I
it's
wanted
hard
to- I
for
wanted
Arvio
to
to
see
light it
how-
on fire.
I literally need to check this because I have a problem. I don't want to light this ship on fire. I need to know if it's fire retardant.
Well, I would go up on the upper deck, and that one that I was headed towards, that would be the one I would be loading and getting it ready to fire.
I'll put you there to symbolize that.
I will. If we're going to be like on the run for a little bit, Arvio is going to kind of go in here, kind of like throw all of his things onto quote his bunk unquote, and then come back out here so he's fighting a little bit later, even though he doesn't have any spell slots left.
All right. And you guys do notice there's those of you who climbed up here. There's 2 ladders on both sides. It's easy enough to climb up onto the skis themselves, but in order to get onto the deck of the ship, you have to use ladders. But you guys now made your way up here. As you kind of look at stuff, you realize like these spikes on the side look like they've been rigged on there. The weaponry looks like it's been rigged on there. It doesn't look like it was part of the construction. It looks like it was put on and fastened after the fact. Even the skull kind of has that appearance to it. You get the feeling that this was a ship that might have been captured and repurposed.
I approve.
All right.
Shall we make haste, little gnome?
Well, hold on. I gotta make sure that I should be able to know how to drive this.
Do you need any assistance in driving this? I don't imagine it's just one.
If you want to roll a vehicle proficiency for me with advantage, you can.
Yep.
And I made this to show you guys. This is basically what you see. Now that you're officially in the desert, it's just endless dunes of white sand that look like that. Hence the name Ivory.
Wow.
12. You've never really been on a ship with a cell. You're used to fire and mechanics to make things move. However, you kind of looking at this, you do know what a cell is used for. You see that it's attached. I will throw that back up so you can see it. You do see that it is attached here, and that these you can like use them to pull the rigging one way or the other way. What exactly that does, not really sure yet, but you think it might be something to do with getting it to move.
Okay.
The cell itself, you see rope that's kind of tied down here, and you figure that's how you get it to go up. How you raise it and lower it is by untying it down here and like pulling it taut.
Okay, so here and here, are there like levers and stuff that I can probably pull?
Yeah, there's kind of like a little handles you can grab, and you can rotate them one way, and then you can pull this lever and let it out a different way.
Okay, I'm gonna go up here and pull on that one and see what it does.
Okay, you pull on that one, and it seems to try to move the mast. So if you imagine, here, draw a line for you real quick. You imagine that the mast is going across like this,
Mhm.
and you pull on the one you're standing at, it tries to pull the whole thing this way. But this side over here doesn't seem to be able to move because that rope isn't allowing it to.
Okay, so I will loosen up this rope and then go back over here and pull that and see what happens.
All right, you do that, and it kind of just turns it to the side. The cell is still collapsed though, so nothing's really happening.
I'm just testing. Yeah, that makes sense.
But you are rotating the whole beam.
Okay, so that's how you steer it. All right. Well, I think I got the mechanics figured out. I may need help, but I should be fine for right now. Is everybody here?
Hi.
Are we not missing anybody? Nothing like that?
Doesn't
Oh.
seem like it.
I'll kind of point over to Grim and say, is your shadowy friend coming, or is he okay?
We're good to go.
All right. Philip, if you don't mind, could you unfasten those ropes that are by that mast
Of
right
course.
there?
And I do as he asked.
All right, takes you a little bit of time. You think it might be better if two people were doing this, but you untie the rope and you start pulling. You get the cell up on one side and you fasten it so it's pretty taut, and then you go to the other side and do it and do the same thing over there. And eventually, as that gets up and it becomes, in place, all of a sudden the boat just kind of lurches a little bit and starts moving slowly forward, very slowly.
Okay. And is there, like, what's the strength of the wind right now? Is it like mild breeze, heavy breeze? Like, how would you
Out in the
describe
desert, out in the Ivory Sea, it's generally always blowing. It's just as you said, if it's light or heavy. Right now, it's kind of on the medium side to low side.
So knowing about mast and how they kind of work, would you say that the mast is currently not in a full swing, or would there be a way to make it go faster? I can make a roll for it too if you want.
Yeah, if you want to give me another land vehicle, this time just a regular roll.
Yep. Nope. Don't know shit.
Nope.
Alright, well, I guess that's the speed.
Well, I slap RVO on the shoulder and be like, hey, this is what an upgrade from that thing we had earlier, right?
Heavens, yes. Quite the upgrade indeed. We have beds now instead of whatever the hell we were using last time.
We had bedrolls in
And it
there.
even
What are you
moves
talking
without
about?
ammo. Well, bed rolls aren't the same as beds, friend. I even have an under the bed to store all my things.
So as you're sitting here talking, the ship's slowly moving forward. You're noticing, Zomorn, it is picking up speed. As you're kind of getting used to this going forward and thinking about things, friction is obviously at first going to be slow, but once it starts to build up, it'll probably get up to a speed after a while.
I'm not used to that.
There a crow's nest?
There is. Give me a perception check.
Okay. Because I figure if the divination wizard is going to be useful anywhere, it's going to be on high ground.
There is not a crow's nest, but you do notice as you look up there seems to be some kind of like little pegs, and then a rope that looks like you're guessing. Probably somebody stands up there and takes a rope and ties it around their waist, and they can kind of lean back into a comfortable position and keep lookout from up there. But there is no crow's nest.
Well, that's curious.
What is?
Oh, I kind of like pointed out to him. Well, I've always heard that ships tend to have like crow's nests. I've never. This is actually the first time I've ever seen a ship.
So
ironically.
usually eggs up there.
No. A crow's nest is like a little place up upon the mast where somebody could look out upon the sea to see islands and other ships.
You don't want to take the bird spot.
Well, I mean, I imagine there's birds up there. The crow's nest is just a turn of phrase. Because it's shaped like a nest. but I was checking, and it looks like all they have up there is like a couple of pegs on a rope, so that you could like lean back, and I guess somebody else could go first. I mean, I only weigh like 120 pounds, but like
You fall,
somebody-
I'll catch you, I think.
probably. But you got so much metal on it, I think I'll end up hitting myself anyway.
I can go up.
All right. Let's see. Do I have anything that would make you, if you fell? He starts looking through his cards. No shame about that. Grim will catch you.
I'm going to cast a Cure Wounds on myself beforehand.
That's a good idea.
I think since
Yeah,
we're
this
moving
is-
forward,
This is like 20, 25 feet tall. It's a very tall mast. And then the beam going across with the cell, it's massive. Like the size cell that it takes to get something to physically move across sand has to be giant. So this is like a massive setup they have here.
Okay. I will go up.
All right, so go ahead. I guess you're just gripping onto the side of it.
Yep.
Okay, so go ahead and give me athletics as you're just using your muscles to kind of climb up.
Okay. With guidance. 20.
You manage pretty easily to make your way up there, kind of making sure you don't get hit by anything that's moving as Zilmorn's experimenting with stuff. And you get up to the top, and again, you see the foot pegs there, and the rope is kind of a loop that you can put around yourself, and you can lean against the rope.
Okay, I will do that, and I'll yell out, I'm good.
Huh.
It's kind of like a lineman's harness. You know, the guys that climb telephone poles. It's basically what's up there, but it's attached to the pole. So you're pretty comfortable, actually. There's the way it's holding you here and the footrest you have. You can probably stay up here for hours if you wanted to.
Okay. I'll stay up here for now. I'll keep an eye out.
All right.
And you definitely get a nice view looking over top some of the dunes and the wind blowing in your face.
I don't know how this works, but since we're moving, wouldn't he not fall straight on us? He would be falling behind us. How's that work, RU?
Repeat the question? I'm not sure I understand what you're saying.
If he falls since we're moving, he's not going to fall straight on us. So I can't catch him. Would he fall off the ship?
Well, we would have to take into account wind resistance. He would certainly. We are currently all retaining the same momentum as the rest of the ship, so he would start falling straight down along with the ship. But if we're going very quickly, he will end up falling back because of the wind.
I will kind of chirp out and say, sorry, I don't know your name, but if you want to test it out, just jump once and you'll see what he's talking about.
Okay. Jump?
Not you, small man. The one with the big X. Or sword. Don't quite remember what you have.
Shield next.
Shield.
Like this, and I just jump up as high as I can.
All right, and you land about in the same place.
Yeah, Sherbert would probably mostly fall straight down, mostly because he's smaller and doesn't have a lot of surface area for the wind to, blow on.
It's ball
He's
of
also,
reckoning.
Yeah. He might fall through the deck. He's like a cannonball. I don't know how much speed he would actually gain in a fall of 20 to 25 feet. He should be fine.
I don't mean to interrupt, but are we all going south?
Seems that way.
I'm going wherever this ship is going currently.
Well, yes,
Which way is the ship going, guys?
I think.
I mean, I'm gonna pull out a compass and kind of start aiming it towards south, I guess.
Yeah, a compass on your character.
I got cartographer supplies, which does involve a compass.
All right, so you pull them out, and you see that you're kind of heading complete opposite direction almost.
All all right, I'll start fiddling with the things and turning the ship to where it's turning south.
All right.
So I will unloosen and then tighten to the point where it's turning in a circle.
Yeah, so you very easily figure out that the way you have the sail will dictate which way the ship's going. Being that, again, friction on land, it takes a while to get the ship to turn, but you do eventually get it pointing in a southwards direction. And
Right.
you guys are now all on a ship. You think you're kind of in this area here and heading south right now. So, with that, we're going to go ahead and travel in 5-day chunks. You get a little bit further, being that you're on this. Basically, when it's flat, you're going at a good speed. When you start going up an incline, you slow down a lot. But you make up for that once you get over, you crest and you start going down the other side. Not only are you going as fast as the wind pushes you, but the weight of the ship is just, you're hauling down the other side. So you have these moments where you're slowly climbing up one side of a dune and then all of a sudden just hauling down the other side, and then flattens out and you're just kind of going at a normal speed for a while until you hit another dune. And that's your travel. You guys are going to have 5 days. So what do you do on those 5 days?
Every day that we're traveling, at the end of the night, Sherbrick will send a message to Billy, just giving him an update of what we're doing, saying hi.
During the first couple days, I will ask, does anybody wish to learn how to drive this?
Philip would volunteer.
How long would it have taken Billy to get back to Torrid? So take
On foot, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 days.
okay.
So
then
over a
he
couple weeks.
You wouldn't hear anything back from him.
I'd still send him messages every day.
I will say that Arvio will split his time between doing Constitution trading and identifying the items they got, and seeing about making cards out of the extra spell book he found, because they're both identical, to add to his own thing.
I did send you a list of the spells, just a reminder, in Discord.
You did, and I copied them into my bio, so that I didn't do that actually. But I do remember the spells.
Not only that, I will also go up to Sherbrick and say it's kind of impolite to be calling you young boy. What is your name, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, it's Sherbrick. Nice to meet you.
Well, pleasure to meet you. My name's Zilmon. And then I'll do the same thing to Grim and ask him, it's kind of impolite to refer you to man. Can I ask for your name? My name is Zilmon, by the way.
I am Grim. That's all you need to know.
It's his name and the main adjective.
I'll be like, alright, fair enough.
How are you?
Hi.
We should come up with code names like we did before, just so we're not
Code
picking up some things.
Okay. Code names. Do you have any that you come up with?
Like when we don't want to give the people our real names, like we did back there. It took a little bit of time for you to come up with something, you know?
I will admit it's partially because I'm a little out of practice. I have a couple in my back pocket. I had Thomas for a while. While I was operating in Torrid, I definitely used Rashid a couple of times.
Okay.
It's sort of a thing I do. It helps to avoid once people don't like me. It makes it harder for me to find.
So
Alright.
Ava, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
Ava would try to speak with the group to see why they were out in the desert in the first place, especially out without any animals or,
Philip will probably
foot.
tell you the same as he said to Zilmorn, that they were looking for, well, a construct big metal man called Lex, who split from the group and went in that direction along with the guide.
Yeah, he was
And-
leading us on a death march.
Why was it important for you to follow him?
Well, he was a part of a group from pretty much the very beginning since we met, and
Is there a reason why he left?
well, he had a personal mission that he clearly, well, he believed he should apparently do on his own.
So
Yeah.
yeah, and she would try to just over the 5-day period try to get a little small talk with all of you guys to try to get to know you a little bit.
My reaction will depend on whether you're catching me during Constitution training, copying spells into my spell book, or whether I'm identifying things. So you can pick and choose which RVO you would like to deal with.
You RVO would interest her the most, so she would probably be all different sorts of times with you.
Like I'm trying to do a singular push-up, and she's like, "Hello, I'd like to have a conversation." You're like, "Really?"
Well, she would be interested to know why you're doing push-ups.
Because my bones are made of balsa wood, and my muscles are made of paper, and I go down with a stray bees.
And so you've been in mortal danger a few times.
Oh, I've been dead a few times.
Ooh, she would stay to listen to the stories of your deaths.
It's, believe it or not, it's not very eventful. It's just, we were sort of in this one haunted mansion. There was this big skull with a bunch of eyes coming out of it, and I was trying, and I'm no good at fighting. I'm a diviner. I'm good at manipulation and gathering information and seeing what's what, but I'm very frail. So the best I could do was run around the damn thing and try to get a little hidden trap door open so that we could actually, flee from this thing. Unfortunately, one of its tendrils came out of the wall, and I was gone. And then I came back, and it was actually it was like blinking, really, which is the scary part.
Ava very much enjoys all your stories. If you're just like telling the stories of everything you guys have been through, I mean, I obviously know it all, so
Yeah.
She will be very interested in it, and
Yeah.
every time you
I don't
tell
think
her
you
another
watched that
story
one
about
with
your
me either.
adventures, she'll just be more intrigued by you and this group.
He
Yeah,
went
I
up
will
against
tell
a
you, however,
boulder.
he will not talk about his family. Not yet, anyway.
My favorite was
Okay.
face tanked
Yeah,
the
yeah,
whole
yeah.
time.
Just a heads up on that.
So I don't know anything about the family, but I'm getting the backstory of your adventure. So okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
The RVO in your corner with your character sheet, you should notice some things that popped up. Those are what you found after you identified things. The rest of the stuff, you think is pretty expensive, but it's not magical.
Is it in my core, my bio, or my spells?
It's in the journal outside of your character sheet. So if you go to your corner where like you have your
Oh,
journal
I
and your
see.
character sheet and Lex's note.
I identify the bag, and I'm like, whoa! I put it in my pocket.
All right. Sure, Breck. You spend a lot of time up in the quote unquote crow's nest.
Yep.
All right, go ahead and give me perception check. As you're in the back, kind of walking around looking at stuff, I guess the times that you're up there keeping a watch, Ava, you do not see anything that sparks your interest.
Alright.
Seems pretty safe.
I'm going to go to
22.
Sure, Break, you're up there for the first 4 days, and it's just like boring up here. Sometimes you'll see stuff kind of flying in the sky, and it seems some kind of bird or something. Sometimes they're close, sometimes they're far away. You might, as you guys are sailing by real fast on one day, notice some kind of critter on the grounds kind of scurrying away. Like a small scorpion or something, but nothing. It just seems real boring. And all of a sudden, you come up on this crest, and you could look out. It's in the southward direction, but it's kind of more southeast than you guys are going, and you think you see the top of a building out there and like a bunch of pillars sticking up.
Before this happens, when I identify the sword, I immediately go to Philip. It's like, hey Philip, do you want to see something cool that I can appreciate?
I suppose.
Okay, cool. I pull a scimitar on you.
Okay.
Did you know that this is magical?
Oh, it
Bippity
is.
boppity fuck off, and I basically say that, and it bursts into flames.
Okay.
I don't know if it's a good substitute for your sunlight axe, but I thought you might appreciate this.
So what does it exactly do? Just burns?
It burns things. You can also use it. You can also set it to your own custom command word. But it also sheds some bright light, so you don't have to worry about darkness, and it'll do a little bit of fire damage when you stab somebody with it.
I don't think it's safe to keep a flame on the ship.
Oh, right.
Now.
Please don't. But yeah, you should probably use this. Mind you, it's a scimitar, and I don't know if you'd be necessarily good at it, but who knows?
Well, I'm usually used to something that has a little bit more weight to it, but I suppose I could give it a go, maybe.
All right.
Okay.
I give the flame tongue.
All right, I will.
Also, one more question. With the Constitution training, I now have 7 days of it.
Yes.
Just a heads up. And
All right.
am I able to copy the spells into my spell book?
Yes. I think.
Well,
Let me look
spell
it up
book,
real quick.
Yeah.
And through this time, I would also ask Arvio how the stuff I gave him is doing, if he was able to identify it.
Okay. Well, yes, I gave the scimitar to Philip because it's actually a flame tongue sword, which is basically a big flaming sword that does extra fire damage. It acts as a nice torch sort of deal. This, and I take out the rope, is a rope of mending. Observe, and he'll take out a dagger, cut it, and then he'll kind of like put it back together, and it'll like merge back together. Very useful, very practical. And this, and I pull out the bag, is a bag of beans. If you plant them in the ground, something happens.
Happens.
A great number of things. I remember reading about this, and the effects are rather random. And there are about... How many beans are in here?
11.
There are about 11 chances that we can figure out what they do. I've heard of it growing fruit trees. I remember making frogs come out of the ground. I remember it growing beanstalks, pyramids, eggs, treants, geysers. Really, we don't know what's going to happen until we put these beans into the ground. Frankly, I can't wait.
Philip would ask you to if you could give him one of them.
I will.
Ah, that's great.
That's a good thing. It's a good thing I found those for you then, Arvio.
Indeed. I am going to wreak havoc with these. You can kind of see, like, him get a very serious face, like, I will wreak havoc. Thank you. Just put it onto his belt.
Question: is there any way that I can overhear that conversation to a point?
I don't think Avio is trying to be quiet in it, so.
Alright, I
No.
will tell Arvio, I said, if you ever plant beans on this ship, I will gut you.
I don't think I can, unless your ship has a bottom made of soil.
Just letting you know.
Fantastic. It wouldn't be hard to gut me, I mean. I'm probably very easy to kill.
So Philip, you now have the Flame Tongue Scimitar. I believe he did give it to you, right? Yes. So that's in your
RVO.
journal.
All right.
Am I being called?
He said Billy gave it to him.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I thought
RVO
I
gave it
thought
to
I said he gave it to him, but sorry.
It did kind of sound like Billy. Okay.
If it was Freudian slip because I don't remember saying it. But
It's
yeah,
fine.
so you got it. You still have the rope and mending and bag of beans, RVO.
Yeah. Unless actually, I'm gonna give. I feel like Sherbrick could use the rope of mending in my heart of hearts, so I'm gonna give that to him.
Right.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. This is a rope of mending. If you cut it and then put them back together, it'll mend. It only works with this rope, not other ropes, but it's ultimately very useful, and I feel like you could get the most use out of this.
As long as he doesn't try to hold it with me, I'm good.
Shipwreck, that is also in your journal on Roll20, outside of the character sheets.
Okay, thank you.
As you guys are traveling, did anybody go and check the compartment down below?
Yes.
I'm assuming it's a cargo bay.
But you notice that there's crates and barrels and stuff in there.
Okay, then yeah.
I
guess-
eventually, at one point, would.
Yeah, I would eventually check it out.
All right. So RVO and Zilmorn, gotta learn new names. You guys go down there, you kind of check it out. The barrels are roped off to the side, and you get the feeling that they're water or something, and they're kind of roped to be secure, so nothing will knock them over. When you go, and the crates, there's some crates in there that have like, it looks like to be spices and food and stuff, and you think this might be what they eat and drink as they travel. As you go down to RVO or Ava, you're seeing the same stuff, but as you're standing there, you notice a wall against the back. The wood looks different than all the other wood that the ship's made out of.
Okay, I would like to investigate this.
Well, with your high investigation, I mean, I'll let you make a roll anyways.
Uh,
Or no, your investigation. Go ahead and investigate. I was thinking your passive perception for some reason.
okay, just a second
And I
here.
need to change your folder's name.
Wow.
This looks like it was added in here, and as you're kind of standing there, like you walk the length of this, and you go up and you walk the length of the ship, and you realize that that compartment is a lot smaller than the length of the ship is.
All right, so
But the wood seems pretty well installed and pretty sturdy. Plus all the stuff that's like stacked in front of it, you think it'd be hard to like try to remove the wall or damage it.
I would still like to try to see what's on the other side. So, there's no holes in this whatsoever?
None. You can't find any like lever to move it or a handle to open anything. It looks like a solid piece of wood.
All right. Well, I am going to take my. Oh, it's one solid piece of wood.
Yes. And it looks different from all the other wood here.
Well, I'm going to take my hammer and crowbar and attempt to pry it open.
All right. You're going for a while and you're kind of chipping away. Managed to chip some of it out, but this is taking a lot of work, and you think it's probably going to take you some time. Whoever installed this did a good job. You get the feeling by the size of it that it's not the whole length of the ship.
That the wall isn't the whole wall.
No, the cargo bay you're in like doesn't even go halfway to the ship. It's very small.
Yeah. So then I would try to, if I'm having a hard time getting through this, then I would actually go let the two big boy Grim and Philip know this, that there may be something on the other side, while I go look at the top side of the ship to see if there's a way, another entrance to below in the aft part of the ship.
That's what
Okay.
I would have asked. It's like, did you check for other entrances?
You go ahead and give me another investigation then.
Mm,
I guess if Philip or
Yeah,
Grim are gonna help you, it can be
I'll-
advantage.
yeah,
Alright,
I'll
well-
assist.
At advantage would be 27.
All right, you guys are digging around, and everything's pretty open except the cabin. And you go inside the cabin, and you see this giant carpet laying across the floor, and you just, out of curiosity, you pick one side up, and sure enough, you see a trap door underneath it.
All right, well, let's open the trap door.
I stand back.
You open it up, and as you look down, you see a ladder that descends into darkness.
I will light my hooded lantern and head down into the darkness.
All right, you head down, and you find a hidden compartment full of 7 chests.
Okay. Are any of these chests trapped or locked?
Your initial investigation with your high perception, you don't see anything on these chests. They just look normal.
Okay. Let's open them up.
Oh, I didn't go down. I said, is everything okay down there?
Oh, there's
What I missed.
there's chests down here. I'm gonna check to see what's in them. I mean, you can come down if you want, or if you think it's dangerous, you can stay up there. But
Is there
I'll
enough
attempt
room?
I'll attempt to light up the scimitar that Arvio gave me and use it as a torch.
I don't know if I'm down there already, but as soon as you say that, I misty step right next to you. not the torch, but the person's like, "There's a chest down here." Poof! What?
Hey.
Ava?
You open one of them. Go ahead, Zilmar.
I was gonna say, is there any way that I can kind of peer in and see what the hell's going on?
Sure. I mean, it requires leaving steering the ship, but
Yeah, I'll kind of tie it off to where I believe we should be fine. But hearing some commotion going down, I'm a bit curious. I'm just gonna not go into the actual cabin. I'm gonna still stay outside, just look in and see what's going on, and that's it. And then
yeah,
go
you
back
look.
up.
You look in, basically see a whole bunch of people standing. The carpet's been pulled back in that room, and they're just standing around staring down this hole that's apparently was hidden underneath it. But you open one of the chests, and it seems to just be full of a bunch of very fine robes. And as you kind of rub your hand over them, you think they're made out of silk, probably worth a lot.
okay, then I will go to the next one and open it up.
All right, next one you open up is full of stones, like crystal stones. They're not worth a lot necessarily, but there does seem to be enough of them here that you might get a good chunk of change from them.
Seems to be clothes and you know, not terribly valuable gems, but a lot of them that, you know, together might be worth something. And then I go to the next one.
I'm
All
going
right.
to start taking a look at the clothes. Actually, I'm going to pop detect magic to see about the crystals in the clothes, just in
Okay.
case. Of course.
So out of the 7 chests that are down here, you pop your detect magic. 3 of them glow, but they are not the ones that have the crystals or the clothes in them. And as you open the next chest, it seems to be full of some kind of. Go ahead and give me a history check, Ava. You think you've seen Zilmorn using something like this as he's navigating the ship. You think these might be navigation tools, but they're very nice quality, and some of them are like gold plated. So you think these might be valuable navigation tools.
Okay.
I kind of approach Ava from behind, tap her on the shoulder, and if you turn around to look at him, his eyes are glowing red with detect magic. It's like, by the way, that one over there, that one over there, and that one over there have magic in them or are magical.
Well,
Give
I
me-
will open the next 3 I open will be the ones that Arvio points out.
Give me a second to detect the magic that's actually on them. Oh, you're already opening them. Okay, then.
You open one, it looks to be like some leather armor, some half plate armor, some split armor. You go to another one, and it looks to have a couple axes in it, a battle axe and a great axe and a dagger. And then another one you open up. Oddly enough, this one's kind of empty, It just has a very small stone sitting in it that kind of has like the side of somebody's face on it. And then you also see a ring and an amulet sitting in there as well. And there's still one chest that you have not opened.
And I will open the final chest, but I will
All right.
tell Arvio he needs to let us know what these items are.
All right. I'm gonna start taking a look at the items, try to get the schools of magic down, so that maybe I can ascertain them without what they are, without actually having to cast a spell.
All right. Go ahead and give me an Arcana check. And as you open the last chest, you see the stuff is weirdly wrapped. It looks like it might be wrapped in leaves or something, and is like tightly wrapped. And one of them's kind of like been cut and pulled open. It has kind of a whitish powder in it.
Don't
Would
start.
I know what this powder is?
Um,
I'm a street
mean-
kid, mind you.
yeah. There's no like under CD check, but I guess you can go ahead and give me history with advantage.
Okay.
Your Arcana, as you kind of look over those, the armor and the weapons seem to they're all magical, and they seem to have just basic enchantments. Let me. So the stone with the head, like the side of the head on it, is School of Evocation.
Would he be able to, being as Arvio already has sending, would he be able to identify this much easier?
Don't know if you've ever used one of these before.
Probably not, but I'm just saying I have this spell. Maybe it would make it easier. Because Brandon knows what it is. Arvio might not.
Yes. I'd say you might. Maybe you've heard of something like this before. Trying to see what the other one is. It's not really giving me. One seems to be like protection magic. Not exactly sure what that would be. And the other one seems to be enhancement type magic.
Enchantment? Maybe transmutation?
Maybe transmutation.
So it transforms. And enchantment would just be like, well, like suggestion, stuff like that.
Yeah. The ones the leather or the armor and the weapons you think have very basic enchantments on it. You've seen enough magical items now that you probably think they're like to put it in game mechanics, just +1 gear.
All right. I'm going to. Is everybody sort of gathered around the hole?
Yeah,
Everybody except Zilmorn and Sherbrick. I think Zilmorn, you went back up, right? And Sherbrick, did you head down?
No, Sherbrick's up there tuning
Yeah.
his lute.
I kind of go up to them. It's like, hey guys, I found some enchanted weapons and armor that you guys might be able to use. It's not technically fitted to you, though I've heard enchanted armor in general is supposed to sort of auto fit. We've got some half plate. We've got some splint. I think we have some leathers down here as well. And of various amounts of armaments that are just, basic enchantments, but should serve you well.
So the last chest, Arvio is on these ones, right? The last chest, I'm actually going to cover that up quickly and say, yeah, this chest, we can leave this chest alone.
What's in it?
Black market goods, and we might be able to offload it
Say
somewhere.
no more. Say no more. I understand. Don't tell me.
And I will close it and yeah.
That being said, I know a guy. And then he'll just be like, "That's all I got." And then I'll continue. And then I'll take the 3 items out of the 3 magical things out of the 3rd magical chest. It's like, and I say to everybody, "I'm going to need time to identify these. I want to make sure they are exactly what they do before I start giving anybody these."
You said great axe, battle axe, and a dagger.
Yep.
And I'm just going to let them go at the chests with like the armor and the weapons, and I'm going to.
I'm gonna grab the dagger, but I'm going to actually go up the deck, and because I would assume that Sherbrick, you carry a dagger on your belt, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so I would assume that it's very visible, that it wouldn't be hard for me to see this said dagger on your belt.
Nope. I
And
used it into the last fight too.
Yep. Nope.
I'm gonna actually not throw it at you, but gently toss it up towards you and say, "Hey, little man, I think you might want this," and toss the +1 dagger to you.
Oh,
Okay. I will need a, I guess, acrobatics from you, Ava. And I'll say acrobatics from you as well, Sherbrick. So yeah, this is like 25 feet up. You go to throw it up, and you think you throw it all you might, but it kind of goes up, and all of a sudden, as it falls back down, it just like stabs into the deck a little ways away from you.
All right. Well, then I'm gonna climb and give it to him. Then, if I can't toss it. to him.
Seeing that happen, I'll be like, "Hey, what the?
I'm trying.
Are you kidding me?"
That's actually really dangerous.
Okay, well, as you've seen Sherbrick the last few days climb up and down this thing, you don't struggle a whole lot, but well, I don't know, climbing poles may be a specialty of yours and you're good at it, but I'll assume not. And it takes you a while to kind of get up there safely and hand it to him, but you managed to do so.
Okay.
Did Arvio walk out?
Yeah, I walked out. I have the items from the third chest, and I'm going to start identifying them.
I'll
Sherbrick,
ask you.
you can add a +1 dagger to your stuff.
cool. Thank you.
I'll ask you what you found because I have no idea.
We found a bunch of enchanted armor and weapons. I looked them over real quick. They seem to be good. These, however, I have also found a couple of magical items, including this stone with a face on it. It's evocation. I definitely want to look over this before I start using it. Something with abjuration tied to it, and one more thing tied to transmutation. I'm checking these over to make sure nobody accidentally polymorphs themselves into a zebra or something.
So you found 3 magical items, and that was it?
Yeah, well, I mean, not including the armor and the other things, and the weapons.
So you found armor that's magical then?
Yes.
Okay. Zoltik, is there any way this was possibly on my ship?
No, this was not stuff from your ship.
Just wanted to make sure.
All right, I'm going to.
I will actually lean in really close to Zilmorn and say, "Yeah, I also found a bunch of white spice down below. I'm not sure if any of these guys are users or not, so I didn't want to mention it."
Any way that I
Zilmorn
know
goes
what that
stomping
is?
off.
Got spice?
Sure. Give me a history check. So kind of speed things up. Yeah, you've heard of white spice. It's a drug you snort.
I will just straight up facepalm. Don't let that tiefling have it.
I need to enchant faster.
But to speed things up, you guys have worked out that there's +1 leather down there. I think I wrote that wrong. It's studded leather, not stuffed leather. I don't know why I wrote that. Does anybody take that?
He wears armor.
Stud leather?
Yeah, +1 studded leather. So it'd
Nobody
be
does.
13 plus your dex modifier.
Nobody does. Sherbrick will take it.
Yeah, go
All
ahead.
right.
Nice.
There's +1 half plate and +1 splint. So the splint's gonna be straight up 18, and then the half plate is going to be 16 plus dex modifier maximum of 2. So that has a potential to be 18.
Pretty sure Grim will take the half plate.
You want it,
Yeah,
Grim?
what is splint? It's like, look it up.
Splint is
little
heavy
bit.
armor, but it's 17, so it'll be max of 18. but it's considered heavy.
Yeah, if
So
no
you-
one's gonna take the half light, I'd rather take that.
All right, then you have the half plate plus one, and you should be able to look it up in the compendium.
Yep,
Just drag it onto yourself. And then anybody want to split? All right, anybody want the plus one battle axe?
I will take the split. No,
I think
I need the AC.
There's really 3 people that can potentially use this splint, and I think
And they got better armor.
Yeah.
And you can always sell it or trade it. That's up to you
Sure.
guys. So plus one battle axe. I did see you light up, Philip.
Considering that I have 2 weapons now,
It's also a plus one great axe too.
Great axe is it's basically plus. Is it plus 1 as well?
Yes, plus
Ah.
one, and it's considered a magical weapon,
Oh, okay.
which may or
I've-
may not be important.
I've been using a
I'll
battle
take it.
axe.
I'll take a great axe. I'll just update my one.
All right, and so you're gonna take the battle axe and Grim.
If no one else is gonna take the battle axe, it would be a definite upgrade for me.
All right. Well, as you guys, you can go ahead and add it to your inventory. As you guys discovered the pirate captain who you killed and ship his stole, discovered his loot. You guys got some good stuff out of it. I will say that was like the 4th day. So you look at those items there. Our view, which I will send to you.
All right. I wonder if I would like to prank call pirates. Oh God, please, please. Oh, I want to do it. But first, let me see what these items are.
Question, DM. How much magic do I know? Do I know like ways of locating objects and stuff like that by any chance?
That would be a spell. So if you don't have it, you wouldn't know. No. And then here's the last item you found, Arvio. So it's all in the same place. I added the other stuff.
Yeah. 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 Okay. Hang on. Let me just take a look at a couple of these things.
I guess if there was a rotation between Philip and I would kind of go over to RVO and say, "What did you find?"
Well, first of all, and I pull out this little amulet. This is mine. Second, I found a ring of mind shielding, and I take out a ring, and it has like a brain-looking amulet on top of it. Now what this is, while wearing this ring, you are immune to magic that allows other creatures to read your thoughts, determine whether you are lying, know your alignment, which is a metaphysical concept that you don't need to know about. It's just a thing. And creatures can telepathically communicate with you only if you allow it. So I can't read your brainy bits when you're wearing this. You can also cause it to become like invisible or something. One drawback, however, if you die while you wear this ring, your soul will enter it. And you can remain in this ring or depart for the afterlife. So if your soul is in the ring, you can telepathically communicate with any creature wearing it. Oh, hang on, wait 1 second. I put the ring on. Now that I've realized that that's what it does. One moment. Sit. Hello. Is there anybody in this ring?
Hello? Thank goodness.
Fuck, I take.
Who are you?
Grim, this is just now. You have a company to talk to.
You just see Zolmorn just like put 2 fingers on like the bridge of his nose, and he's just slightly rubbing in like disbelief of how this guy is still alive.
One moment, I need to talk to the soul. Hello? That takes it off. Grim, this is yours.
Are you actually giving it to me?
Yeah, by the way, there's a soul inside of here. Being as you are obviously...
Oh, because I don't have one, apparently, to you?
Yes, exactly. So I thought that you might actually want to talk to somebody. And being as you are by far the most social person in this entire group, I thought that you could get even more social.
Well, I take it from you and put it in my pocket.
Okay, by the way, who's asking me about the items?
Zilmar is.
Okay, and this, and I pull out, and I just take out the amulet, is a amulet of health, which turns your constitution up really high, and he puts it on. This is mine now. This.
Okay, so you found a Constitution amulet, a
Uh-huh.
ring that can read minds, talk to
And
the person that's inside of it, and out.
pouch souls. And I found nothing else.
Insight check.
I lie.
Right? Insight versus deception. You believe him.
Sorry, I am going to also insight check that.
You don't believe me.
Question:
I lied.
Ario, thinking back on this now, didn't you say that you found 3 items and you only showed me 2?
Yes, this is true. Now the real question is, does he remember that?
I mean,
It was
What's
just
the
a
last
little
item?
second
It was on
ago.
game
Item.
4. That was either yesterday or today.
I don't know your character's memory.
What's the last item, Arvio?
Fine. It's 1/2 of a sending stone. Well, they come in pairs, and you could talk between them.
So
I
you're
have no idea.
saying you have a sending stone and not the other one?
Yes.
Please don't do anything stupid. I'll kind of walk away.
You, for everybody that knows Arvio, you already see the smile on his face. That means, oh yes, here it comes. Something stupid.
As I'm walking away, I will kind of go to Grim and say, "Is there any way I can chat with you?"
I guess so.
Okay.
Here
And I'll
or
kind of,
where?
I'll lead him a little bit away from Arvio, so he can't really hear what's going on. So Grim,
What is it?
I get the impression that you're more or less the leader of this group. Am I wrong in that, or is the tiefling over there the one that's in
He's
charge of everything?
he's the talkative one. He's got us out of more situations. There isn't really a leader.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. You just seem like you're the one that has more of a level-headed than some that I've talked to.
That you've seen.
And with that, as you guys are talking, this is the point where you rise on that crest, Sherbreak, and you see off in the southeast direction, not too far away, you see the tops of some kind of building out there and some like giant pillars sticking up out of the ground.
I yell out, "Land ho, Captain!"
So you point
Yeah,
the tower out.
yeah.
Wait, see it from where I'm at, which probably would have been not on the helm where that's located, so not the 3rd floor, but the deck.
So you can't see it as he's up higher. That's how he has the viewpoint of it.
Okay, okay.
But he can point you in that direction.
Oh well. Does anybody want to check that out, or are we still going to continue on doing south? I don't really know where we're going, and I'll kind of talk to Grim about that instead.
Going. What position are we at now?
We're still quite a ways to where I need to get to, which would be towards the Amaya San Loomis.
You guys were here, and you think you were about in here, and now you're down here. So you know you're definitely making a lot faster time than you were.
Well, I'll pull out a map and I'll kind of be like, we're somewhere around here from where I'm kind of getting a general idea from, but this is basically what I can see from the sky. And when I landed, I've just kind of pinpointed to kind of the location that I was at. So, and I have a map of the whole desert, by the way. You'll see.
Yeah.
It.
Grim.
Yeah.
There's not a
I
lot
would like
marked
that.
out in it, and as you're out here, you have your navigation tools, so you're pretty confident like you're in this area.
Mhm.
But then again, what's to differentiate this sand dune from, say, this sand dune?
Soltic, you know this, but as of note, there are red marks. There's 2 of them. There's one here, and I
Mhm.
believe here.
I would see those then, but I would take note, but in my head, but that's about it.
I'm sorry, I was kind of doing things off on the side, trying to figure things out. What is going on?
Well, Sherberg
Sorry.
up there seems to have found a. Did he call out what it looked like, other than Landho?
No.
He seems to call out something of interest that's pointing off in that direction. I'll kind of point where Sherberg kind of aimed. And
Sherberg's really good at this, so
I mean, what do you guys want to do here?
I trust Sherberg enough to go figure it out first. I mean, it's the
Check
same
it out.
way, isn't it, right?
It's a little off course, but it's the same direction, yes.
Should investigate just in case.
Very well. And then I will tell Philip, that's currently manning the ship,
Mhm.
to kind of aim towards whatever direction that would be in.
I'll turn it towards where Grim was pointing.
Sherberg is pointing.
Sherbrick was pointing.
No. I know Sherbrick pointed originally, but then Grim kind of repeated it, and I'm pretty sure Philip would be now focused more on conversation ahead
Okay.
of him. So yeah.
That's fine.
So,
Also, while this is happening, I'm going to come up to Grim and talk to him if I can.
All right. Well,
Hey,
you ship turns and heads that way. You have your conversation.
So Grim, remember when I gave you that ring the other? I don't know if it was a couple hours ago or a day ago. Time is weird in the desert. But can I have that back? Because there's a guy inside of that ring, and I kind of cut him off mid-conversation, and I feel like he was desperate for social communication, and I will be honest, I feel a little bit guilty. So if
Do
you're
you-
not
Go ahead.
Go on.
Sorry. No,
so
no.
if you're not
finish
going
it.
to wear it, may I?
Well, how long has it been since he gave me this ring?
A day. That was the 4th day. You guys are now on the 5th.
Okay. I would say I still have it, but he's not getting it yet. So you're not getting it yet. I put it away.
What? What do you plan on using it?
Said there was something inside.
Yes, and I kind of cut him off a little bit. I kind of want to figure out what his deal is and why he's still in the ring.
You tell us the reason why he's in the ring.
Absolutely not. He said 2 words and I ripped the thing off.
I'll get back to you on that.
Oh, all right.
And a couple hours from now, when he's doing something, I'll give him the ring.
All right.
Okay. Well, at this point, the ship is turned, so that amount of time's not allowed to pass because you guys go over like
Okay.
2 dunes, and all of a sudden you're all looking at this
Okay.
structure before you.
All right.
Just give me 1 second. To answer a question for you, RVO, thanks to Billy/Ava.
Oh. So
So
I
there-
get you.
There you go.
Okay. Well, this is never coming off me. this is. I'm going to keep this for the entire campaign.
But you guys crest over, And obviously, some things are different, but you guys see this before you. The things you don't see are the weapons sticking out of the ground, the stone to the side, or the people standing in front of it. But otherwise, you see that structure rising out of the sand. Looks like it's half buried.
Stop the ship! Stop the ship!
Ah!
We're still heading towards it, aren't we?
Yeah,
Still run into
you're not
it.
not too
Yeah, but
far away.
We're not too far away, right?
No, you're
And I
pretty
figure
close.
it's going to take a little bit of time to get the sails down and stuff. So stop. Well, we need
I'll
to check
slow it
this out.
down.
We need to check this out.
All right, to slow the ship down, you're actually going to have to take and move the sail. Which, by the way, should have mentioned early on. The sail is this giant white sail that has a skull on it, and then the jaw of the skull is kind of leaning to one side, like it's been broken off. But you figure in order to slow or stop, you would have to take this down, take down the sail.
We'll start when we get to a reasonable enough distance to where I believe that we can slow the ship down. I'll start bringing up the sail and then ask for help.
Great.
Oh,
Okay,
I will gladly help.
so nobody's steering the ship right now.
Nobody.
I will take the reins.
All right, so you guys are heading straight towards it, and you start taking it down. You take it all the way down, or are you loosening it up?
I take it all the way down.
We're gonna take it all the way down so it doesn't move.
All right, you take it all the way down. You find that this thing stops pretty quickly, actually. So you're a good couple hundred yards away, probably more like 400 yards away. It's gonna be a little bit of a walk, but you guys aren't gonna crash into it anytime soon.
That was good.
All right, we'll go ahead and take a break here. Bathroom break, and back in 5 minutes.
All
You're
right.
back.
I'm gonna get a snack.
What time of the day is it?
Time for snack.
Time for a break.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I'm back.
Thank you. Welcome back.
What was that ring that he said? It had a soul in it.
It's a
The
ring of
Mind shielding.
Yeah, ring
Oh.
of mind shielding.
So I was like, I want to talk to the man inside because I feel like I cut him off with the only social interaction he's had in a very, very, very long time. So I'll probably get this back after whatever is about to happen.
Oh, you think that?
I mean, you did say it's like after a couple of hours. So I assume.
Well, never know. As we're doing this, I didn't know we were gonna be that quick to it.
Yeah.
I retract my statement so far.
No. I hope you at least use it, because otherwise I'll just be disappointed.
Hearing what you said, he would probably start using it.
Okay.
But, you know, I have to attune to it first, so after whatever we do, then I think it's an hour to attune or whatever.
Yes.
I am back.
Welcome
Also, I
back.
just gained
Hey.
30 HP, like max HP. I am. I can be a tank now, guys.
What does it give you for Constitution? Up to 19?
19.
nice.
So basically, I have my life support amulet on my chest.
That'd be good for a tank too.
It would be, but also, it would be great for a tank. But consider how easy RVO is to kill. Right now, this takes a lot of stress off of everybody else because they don't need to immediately heal me as soon as I get like a splinter or something.
Yeah, seeing that he had what 22 HP before.
Yes, so now I have like 52. So I understand it would be really good on a tank, but like holy shit, guys,
Wait, actually-
What's your maximum HP now?
52.
He beats me.
52. That's the same as mine.
Yeah, but yeah.
It's really good for a tank, but I think it's a lot better for a wizard that's can't really do very much.
Who is literally spent most of his life being sickly and like terrible.
So we got Sherbrick here?
Yep.
Alright, I guess if you guys are ready to continue, I think everybody's here.
Yep.
Alright, so you guys bring your ship to a stop, 5 days of travel. Now you're standing before this, what looks to be somewhat buried temple or building of some type, hard to tell, but you start marching up to it, and as you see in the picture there, as you guys get close, those two people standing in front of it, that is how massive this thing is. And you notice doors are open, and there's tracks that kind of come from a certain direction, from like the north-ish direction, and lead inside of this thing.
What time of day is it?
At this point, it'd probably be like heading into evening, since you guys are mainly awake at night.
Okay, so you will notice that Ava kind of mumbles something under her breath, and her desert garb now looks like it's black leather. Just it transforms in front of your guys' eyes.
Oh, is that a glamour of some sort?
She just looks at you and winks, and then she
take
would
that.
like to try to stealthily enter into this place.
Alright, give me a stealth check. Okay, you head down. There is light that is shining in through the door, since it is still daylight out. It's just dimming slightly. But you head down and you see a fairly large-sized room. The bottom of this room is covered in sand, obviously from blowing in through the door, and you can see the footprints go across the other side. There are pillars on both sides of you, and a little ways ahead there's kind of like these cutouts in the wall that from your angle far enough away in this dim light down here, you think there might be some kind of inanimate objects in them. And then you notice on the other side it kind of raises up a bit, like there's a little platform there. You can see something sitting on top of it, and the footsteps just lead straight up to that.
I would like to slowly make my way that direction, keeping my eye out for stuff, and waving the others behind me to follow.
Okay, follow the lady.
Before I head in, is there like any sort of like carvings or statues or symbols and stuff like that that I can probably figure out if this is like an ancient ruin or a temple or something like that?
On the outside, there is not, but as you guys kind of approach and you're walking in through the doors a little bit, watching Ava go down, you're looking at the walls, there does seem to be hieroglyphs that look like they're just carvings of people going about their tasks. And down here, where you're at right now, seems like there's a bunch of people gathering stuff up.
Okay, I will pull out a parchment and kind of take a little notes about it.
All right. Arvio, you head down?
I do follow her, yes.
Okay.
Also, we attempt to be following
Mhm.
them.
Same.
Okay.
Once I'm
Yeah.
All right. And Ava, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 feet ahead. Sound good to you?
Sounds good to me.
Right. And so you guys walk down. I'm trying the new lighting system again. So hopefully things work out for you guys. But as you're walking down, you get down and you're kind of standing on the sand. You guys move up a little bit, watching Ava walk across. Ava, at this point, you're approaching the stairs and you think you see some kind of altar on top when the rest of you hear this loud slamming sound. And as you turn around and look behind you, you see this giant piece of rock. It's just like fallen from the ceiling down, creating a barrier between you and the outside.
Oh, I guess we should have checked for traps, huh, guys?
Yeah.
You guys are down here. All of you,
Don't say anything.
without dark vision, are suddenly cast into darkness.
Well, then I'll immediately light my hooded lantern.
I'll activate the scimitar.
Yeah, buddy.
I'll light
All right.
my armor.
Okay, Arvio, you want to give me an intelligence check?
Oh,
Don't
Do
worry,
I?
it's not too high of a DC. Well,
hang on. I didn't roll my. I don't think I know anything. I didn't. I also haven't rolled my points for today, but I guess it doesn't matter after I roll it.
if you want to roll and decide to use it, that's up to you.
Well, I mean, I've already rolled it, so I have to call it beforehand.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. So now that I have rolled it, it's sealed in.
So, being a gnome,
Great
is there any way that I can make an intelligence check? I can do a disadvantage to figure out what's going on.
You sure? Go ahead. You travel the desert. This is the area you're common with. You
At
go ahead and
disadvantage, right?
just give me a straight roll.
Alright.
Okay, so bright lights. What does your lantern cast there, Ava?
The hooded lantern is a 30-foot radius, bright, and 30 additional dim.
Dim, and does it tell you what the area is that it like the direction?
It's whatever direction I pointed at.
But is there like a degree to it?
It's
I won't worry about that. We're getting too technical at that point. Shearbreak, what's your light?
20 bright, 20 dim.
Oh no!
Right, 20
Sorry,
bright.
hooded is not a direction one. It's one that I can.
It's a radius.
colorate and lower.
Closed and open. Okay. Okay, I gave you guys
I can see now. Just
vision earlier. And your sword, what's your sword?
40 bright and 40 dim.
Okay, don't move too much, guys. 40 bright,
All right.
40 dim. I need to give everybody vision. Are you able to see? Okay, who cannot see anything?
Grim.
Grim. I don't know why I gave you guys all vision. Okay, is it working now?
Yes, it is.
I can see everything. Yep.
Okay, so this, you guys came from here, obviously, and this rock has slammed down, and you're standing here thinking, Zilmorn, you're not really sure what's going on, but something crosses your mind as you've kind of stopped at these places before. You've talked about the temples and the pyramids and stuff here, and you remember some people talking about how when these temples are sealed, they are airtight.
Yeah, I'll be like, oh. Yeah, that's a interesting note. So, for everybody
And
that
you're thinking about that as all of a sudden you see people starting to ignite stuff and set it on fire.
I will I will tell them to turn off anything that has a flame, because this is gonna be the death of us.
Okay, I'll deactivate my sword.
I will turn back off my lantern, I guess.
I will say that I've read from a distant relative of mine that these temples that this temple and other temples that I happen to read upon, that these are sealed airtight. So whatever air and breathable material that we have currently is what we got, and anything that's a flame tends to burn that. So yeah.
Shit. Okay.
Anybody
All,
have
all of a sudden,
spell-
all of a sudden, you kind of like thump yourself in the head, RVO, and you're like, I should know about this. Like, I've heard about temples before.
Oh, that was a slip if ever was.
Well,
Does
Sure,
anybody
Rick.
have a means of lighting up that does not require a flame?
Real quick.
Sherbreak will go up and light.
Oh yeah, he's lighting up already.
I believe I could cast it multiple times since it's not concentration.
I think it's an hour or 8 hours long.
An hour.
An hour, yeah. So you can cast it multiple times because it's a cantrip.
So I'm going to cast it on Ava's dagger, and then Philip's battle axe.
Thank you.
No, you can only cast it once. The spell ends if you cast it again or dismiss
Ah.
it.
Yep.
Okay, then I'll
so-
just keep it on me.
As you guys walk up to that point where you're all standing right now, all of a sudden you notice these statues, as you guys, especially you, Ava, you notice their eyes turn red. And as they turn red, you all of a sudden see shifting in the sand. And then these creatures just kind of like pop out and rush towards you guys. So we'll go ahead.
I'll quickly pick up my great axe.
As they get a surprise attack, go ahead and roll initiative. This is what you see. I should have a handout for this. I swear I made one.
He wasn't ready. I wasn't ready for this at all.
Here we go. I knew I had one. You guys see something that looks like this kind of like appear out of the sand and rush towards you.
Oh, shit.
You see more than one of them, in fact. You see more than two. You see four. And at their turn, roll for their initiative. They get a surprise round because you guys were totally not expecting this. Okay. This one is going to rush over this way. It is going to attack you twice.
Mhm.
Silmorn, so let's see. Okay, that is definitely going to hit. One's going to miss. It kind of just runs up and it claws at you, and you kind of pull back. Even though you were surprised, you're still in enough that you pull back from him. But the other one, he definitely catches you, dealing a whopping 6 slashing damage. And then you watch as this thing just all of a sudden falls. It just like falls apart and just sand just drops to the ground. Let's test you out, RVO. Gonna run off and make 2 attacks on you.
Oh heavens, hot bye. By the way, my AC is 11 right now. Despite-
11.
Yeah, because I don't have mage armor on yet.
6. Oh, 6 and a 5 just gets you then. Alright, so you will take 5 slashing damage. And then you will take 4 slashing damage. So a total of 9 slashing damage. As this one, same as the other one, just turns to sand and just drops to the floor, and there's nothing there now. This one's gonna rush you, Ava. see. No, it's not going to do that. It's just going to make 2 attacks on you. Okay, that 3 I'm pretty sure is going to miss. Yeah, 3 is definitely going to miss, but the other one is going to hit you. You will take 8 slashing damage, and this one looks at the person with the lights, and this one also just like turns into dust. This one's going to rush up towards you since you have a light, and you guys did heal yourself a long rest, right? 'Cause you guys were on that ship for 5 days.
Yep.
Because your health is still showing low on my thing here.
Me?
Yeah, yours. I don't know why.
No, my health's at 50. It's
Ah.
14 is passive perception, 19 AC, 50 health.
Yeah, I think it just glitched out on my side. But as long as it's on your side, it's going to make 2 attacks on you.
Okay.
1 is going to hit, and you will take 9 slashing damage. And then this one is just going to drop into sand. As you guys are standing here shocked that these things just rushed out of nowhere and attacked you. Ava, it is your turn.
So these things' eyes are glowing, right?
Yes.
So I'm going to do insightful fighting on this. I don't know if it's going to do anything. It
Yep.
needs to roll a deception
Okay.
against that, and then I will shoot it with my crossbow.
All right.
I will miss unless a critical fail hits it.
Nope.
But yeah, that is, and I will move actually towards the 2 here in the middle.
Alrighty. And Philip, it is your turn.
Okay, so I actually agree with Ava's action, and because the heads turn towards us as they light up, right?
No, they're looking straight forward. It's just the eyes are glowing.
Oh, okay, fine. Well, either way, I'm gonna try and decapitate the statue.
Okay.
All right, let's see. 12.
Give me a second here. Yeah, 12 would hit it.
Okay. If 6 does anything to it,
You definitely take a chunk of stone out of it as you hit.
I'm gonna give it another go. Try to completely destroy the head.
All right, go for it. Oh, that hits.
And 13.
All right, chomp in, and the head breaks off with a second blow. Luckily enough, your axe is magical, does not take any damage. The head falls to the base of this thing. Its eyes are still glowing red.
Oh, they're still going red. Okay.
Mhm.
Well, I'll just stand by right now.
Alrighty, then that's your turn.
Mm-hmm.
Grim.
Ready. I lost my place.
You're all the way back here.
Yeah. It zoomed all the way down to the bottom right. Alright, here we go. I'm gonna move. Would I know if I would be able to knock this over at all? Or at least attempt to?
You've seen Philip do it. Won't know till you try.
No, he means tip it over, not chop it up.
I'll tip it over. No, this looks like it's probably, you can't really tell because all the sand on the floor. It looks like it might be attached to the floor though.
Okay. Well, instead of chopping at the head, I'm gonna chop Nords on the bottom, on like the legs.
All right, go for it. Hits.
I don't know why it's rolling.
Okay, so you managed to like chop one off. These things, statues do look like the things attacking you, except they're holding weapons.
Alright, well, I'll hit it again if it didn't fall over.
No, it's kind of just standing on one leg. It's. Alright, you break through the other one, and it kind of just falls back into the little cove that's in here.
I have no reason why it's rolling. I'll figure that out. But that is my turn.
Alrighty, then. Suddenly you guys watch as the sand around you, not in the same spot they were before, different spots. All of a sudden these four things just rise up. And Zilmorn, you will take 2 attacks if the thing swipes at you. Both will miss. One is going to actually attack you, Philip. That's I do believe, yep, that will hit you. So one of them's gonna deal 6 slashing damage to you. And then Ava, one appeared next to you. 17. Reason Zilmorn's moving.
Misclick, sorry. I was already pre-tempting my movement.
Alright. You are gonna take another 8 slashing damage.
Another
And-
another 8. He missed me last time.
One missed you, the other one hit.
Oh, last time?
Yeah, I rolled a natural 19 last time. So
Oh.
one should have hit you.
Wow, how much did it hit me for last time?
I don't know.
I think it was 6.
Save.
6.
Yeah,
Okay.
6.
Well, I would have halved it. Sorry, I missed that.
Did you get attacked, Zilmorn?
And how much did it hit me for this time? 8? you
This
said?
time it was 8, yeah.
Yeah, I was the first one to get attacked.
Alright, so then this one, since you're technically still over here, this one here is going to attack you, Sherbrick.
Okay.
And do not believe, no, 14 misses. And you guys watch as they just turn to sand again and just collapse to the floor, mixing in with the sand at the bottom. And that will bring us to you, Zilmorn. So you run up there. If you see these things kind of pop up and attack, and then just turn back to dust or sand.
So my movement basically is going to be here. And this is leaning up against the wall, right?
Yep.
Is there any way I can make an intelligence check or arcana check to find out what the source? I'm assuming I already know, but just to make it sure, what the source of what's going on, if the eyes are the source of power that's happening.
Sure, give me your arcana check. Being a gnome, being familiar, stuff, dabbling in things like this, you kind of checking it out, and you get a sense that this is, and Arvio might be able to help me out here, but this is just like a type of magic that just makes something glow. Kind of like the spell that, that Sherbrick's using over there.
Evocation? I don't know what light it is actually as a kid, so I'll get back to you on that. I'll look it up.
Evocation.
Okay, cool. I was right.
There you go. So you get a sense that this is evocation magic, and that these are just glowing lights.
Okay. So I'll say that there's some sort of the eyes are. Do I know it's evocation magic though?
Yeah, that's what the arcana check's for.
All right. So I will say that this is evocation magic. The eyes are glowing red. I'm gonna say we should probably aim for the eyes and see if that does anything. And I'm going to make 2 attacks
Cool.
with my thunder gauntlets on the eyes.
All right,
on
go
that
for it.
magic. 19.
Hit.
Or sorry, 17. 10 damage.
All right. You punch one side chunk out. Just disintegrate it.
I'll do the other one.
Okay. That hits too.
6.
All right, you managed to punch that side out too. Punched it out. There are no glowing eyes there anymore.
So the eyes are completely destroyed, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And as a bonus action, I am going to do that. Yeah, as a bonus action, I'm going to cast Sanctuary on RVO.
Oh, thank you.
Sanctuary bonus action spell.
hmm
All right.
And then that's the end of my turn.
Okay. And Sherbert, it is your turn.
Sherbrick will move over here.
All right.
He is going to hold his action for when the things come up. Whichever one's closest, he's gonna hit it with a Sacred Flame.
Alrighty. And that's the end of everything you do?
And he's going to do a healing word on himself. No, I'm sorry, on Arvio.
That's not necessary, but thank you.
Alright, then Arvio, it is your turn.
I'm back to full. Or almost, anyway. God, this is such a different feel now. Arvio was just like, stumbles backwards, like, wait a minute, that didn't hurt at all. I am immortal! And just. and starts, like, queuing up his chromatic orb, flips to the different damage type. Fire, lightning, thunder, ice, and it's like, ooh, this will do good. And he's going to throw a chromatic orb of acid at this one's eyes, or like the head area, so it melts.
Alright. Okay,
Um,
you splash you ram your orb into it.
Yep. For 10 acid damage.
Sanctuary is no longer on Arvio.
Oh. Hang on 1 second.
No, you already did it, dude. You're good.
No, I don't actually know what Sanctuary does.
So if you make an attack, so basically what Sanctuary does is a creature that attacks you has to make a Wisdom saving throw from my DC. On a fail save, it has to attack a different creature or forgo its action.
Oh, I'm so
If you
sorry.
make an attack, it basically Sanctuary wears off if you make an attack.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Live and learn. Live and learn.
Yep, it's fine.
Alright, so the acid does have somewhat of an effect on the stone, but not a whole lot. The main features are still there. The eyes are glowing. You definitely melted away, burned away. I don't know, some of the stone, but you didn't exactly dissolve its face off.
I will prepare for round 2.
DM, here's a question for you though.
Yes.
So if the warded creature, which is Arvio, makes a spell attack that affects an enemy creature or deals damage to another creature, are these considered creatures and does that end this spell?
I don't know. Are they creatures?
They look like objects to me, so I don't know.
I guess we'll find out.
Alrighty.
Hey, is that the end of your turn, Arvio?
That will be the end of my turn, yes.
Yep.
All right, Ava, it is your turn.
Ava is going to move over to here. Quickly look at the top of the altar. Do I see anything there? I'm not like spending time doing it. Just
Yeah,
quickly
well, with your perception, anyways, it's covered in thick webs, and you see like writing all around it.
not any writing I would understand.
Nope.
Okay. So I will ready an action to shoot something that pops up next to one of my buddies.
Alrighty, Philip, it's your turn.
I'll follow what Zealmorn did and destroy the eyes, like the head, until the lights stop glowing.
All right, go ahead and give me attack rolls. Yeah, that hits.
Will that be enough?
Sure. That's how you manage to just like plant it in the middle and just destroy it. Eyes are no longer glowing.
And I'm just gonna stand back to Arvio. Yeah, and that's it.
All right, Grim, it's your turn.
gonna move over to the other one. If it is me. And try to aim for right between the eyes, basically. Try to
Okay,
knock out
go
those
for it.
glowing eyes.
No, yeah, you hit. Yeah, I'd say you're able to destroy it. Eyes are no longer glowing on this one.
And I will. Right here. Be my end of my turn.
Alrighty. Well, again, different places, different time. You guys watch as 4 of these materialize out of the sand. I believe 2 people were holding their actions to cast attack
Yep.
as soon as they appeared.
Yep.
That one.
Sherbert.
Go ahead.
Okay. No,
Sure.
Sherbert, you were first, so
Mine was a sacred flame on the closest one. So we'll say this one.
all right.
It's dexterity 15 save.
Ooh, okay. So you watch as the room is kind of illuminated a bit as this light just appears and scorches this thing. Definitely seems to take the full blunt of the damage as it even kind of pulls away from the light a bit, not liking it. And that's all you can do. So Ava, it is your turn.
It's still standing.
Yep.
All right, so the same one because it's the closest to me as well. That meets my prerequisite, and
27 hits.
I will hit it for. Oh, I guess I forgot to hit sneak attack, but there we go. So a total of 11 more,
All right.
which is my weapon is magical. So
Yep. And you notice as your bolt goes through it and does seem to grab some of the sand and rip a hole in the side of it, and it lets out this awful screeching noise as it does so. But with that, Philip, you're gonna get swung at twice. Both will miss. Arvio,
Yo.
AC is still 11.
Yep.
All right.
I assumed my chromatic orb was going to be more effective than it was. So next round.
So you will get hit by one of these. As
Bang
it
it.
deals a nice 4 slashing damage to you.
I'm gonna use my reaction to hit the one that hit Arvio.
All right, that'll be this one right here.
Well, we now know that they
I thought-
are they are in fact
yeah.
monsters.
Statues are, I guess.
Actually, wait, back that up. So it said if it attacks a creature,
Well, if Arvio attacks a creature during his turn,
it takes it away.
it takes
So
it away.
what do they have to do normally?
So if he attacked, I'm assuming if it was an object, he would have to make a wisdom. If Sanctuary's still up, he would have to make a wisdom saving throw. I think against my DC.
mm-hmm.
Chat.
Yeah.
Or it can just choose a new target if it
Yeah.
fails to save.
Yeah, if it fails to save.
All right, then that one does not attack you, Arvio.
Okay, I gain 4 health.
So yeah, you can go ahead and give your health back, and both of those would have missed you, Grim. So and then your attack doesn't go off on it. Actually, is it just attack against a person or against anybody?
It's anybody that's within range, I'm assuming.
Oh no, Grim's.
Oh, my sentinel.
Yeah.
It would whatever was attacking the other within range. So
Okay, so if it just attacks within range, okay, so your 22 will hit it
so
as it turns and attacks you.
yeah. Well, it's attacks. Whenever a creature within 5 feet of you makes attack against a target other than you. So.
Oh, so then you don't make it. So
Yeah.
it turns. You think it's going to attack Arvio, and for some reason turns to attack you. The one to your left, Grim, is also going to try to attack you. Both of those miss. And then your AC, okay. So the one next to you, Zilmorn, is going to attack and miss, but you get your chance to make
hit
a
it.
swing on it.
Yeah. You want me to reroll too?
No, your 22 will hit. Alright. Cut into it. But your nice new magical weapon, and you watch it, you actually leave a gash in the side of this thing, and it just turns towards your face and screeches as it just turns in the sand and drops to the ground.
Alright.
Zilmorn, it is your turn.
Okay, so noticing that nothing happens with the eyes, but there's still one statue that has the eyes glowing, right?
Yep.
Still want to. How far away am I? Yeah, so I'm gonna go there. And I'm going to attack both eyes again with my
This
Thunderdome.
one is the one with the 2 eyes on it still.
I thought it was this one here.
I
Nope.
hit that one down there, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
Oh,
This
wait.
one's destroyed. This one's destroyed.
So then
And
they're
that
all
one's
destroyed.
No.
Well, our
Didn't
view
Philip
attacked
walk
this
over
one
and do
here.
this one?
No. I only destroyed this one.
Oh, okay.
Because he hit the head off of it. Then he hit the
Gotcha.
ones on the
So yeah, that's the only one with the eye still.
So I'm gonna attack both the eyes again. 16.
That hits.
3.
No, you chunk one side out.
18.
That hits.
Then 9.
Chunk the other side out.
So eyes are gone, correct?
Yep.
That's the end of my turn. I can't really do anything else.
All right, Sherbrick, it is your turn.
Sherbrick will take one more step back. And he will hold another actually a guiding bolt at whichever one's closest.
Alrighty. And that's your turn.
Yep.
RVO, it is your turn.
It's your boy. RVO is just going to take the time to be like, okay, that was too hasty. Gotta think a little bit more strategically. And just telling himself that and casts Mage Armor instead this time.
Alrighty.
By the way,
Now my AC is 14.
Sanctuary
onto-
last for 10 rounds.
Alright.
And
I'm gonna go over here. Just because I feel like I should move.
Alright, and that's your turn.
That will be my turn, yes.
Ava, it is your turn.
Ava will hold her action yet again for something popping up next to one of her allies.
Alrighty, is that all you do?
Yeah, that's all I do.
Philip, it is your turn.
I will actually attempt to move away from the sand. So I'll actually go right here. 30 feet away from where I was.
Alright, that's exactly 30 movement. So you run up
Yep.
the stairs and kind of jump around onto that side.
Yep. Make sure to stand on the stone, not like on the sand. And yeah, I'll just finish my turn here.
Okay. And Grim, it is your turn.
Grim is gonna investigate the first one that I try to chop its legs down with. Like on the wall or on the or in the sand a little bit to see if there's like a lever or switch or something.
You give me an investigation check. Looking around, just looks like a statue that you guys been beating up.
Okay. And then I'm gonna hold my action for. I'm gonna move first. Next to RVO. So I kind of agree with Philip, but I'm not going to leave you alone. We should get off the sand. Then hold my action for when an enemy is close enough for me to hit it.
Yes. That's probably smart.
Alrighty. And with that, you watch as the sand seems to gather and form itself once more to these dog-like humanoid forms. Shearbreak, you're holding action, so go ahead and shoot it off.
Okay.
That hits. Do it on this one or this one. You would know this is the one you attacked originally.
The one I attacked originally, please.
All right. As your light shines down on this one, you watch this kind of chunks from it form into glass and just drop to the ground. It seems like there's less of it there. In a sense, it would be bloodied.
Okay. And whoever hits it next has advantage.
All right, and that would be Ava, if you are attacking that one.
It is the one I am attacking, so 17.
17 hits.
So
Next to you,
for
buddy.
22 damage.
22 damage. All right, your bolt flies through this thing, and it just seems to rip a giant hole through it. And you watch as all the rest of the sand that it's still somehow holding together just kind of goes into this hole and follows the bolt and just scatters across the room as your bolt hits the wall.
All right.
And it's dead.
Nice. They are
Alright.
killable, guys. They are killable.
Oh, sorry. Forget this. It is going to be your turn, or your go, Grim, because this one's next to you.
All right.
$25 hits. Alright, dealing 5 slashing damage to it.
Yep. I can only do one attack, or is it two on a hold action?
You hold you readied your attack action, right?
Yeah.
And your attack action says you get 2 swings, so I'll go ahead and let you
Okay.
take another one. 23 hits. Alright. So, as they appear, those of you who are waiting ready to shoot off your light and your crossbow, Grim taking a couple slices into that one, definitely dealing damage to it, as you can see visible cuts that appear in it and stay there. Zilmorn, you watch as this one next to you just like lights up and all of a sudden just this bolt flies through it and disintegrates. But then the one below you is going to swing and hit with one of their attacks, dealing 8 slashing damage to you. And then this one here is going to swing, or it's going to try to attack, so it needs to make its roll on Arvio. And what's your DC, Zilmorn?
Oh,
So
sorry, 15.
15, okay, definitely beats that. So we'll make 2 attacks onto Arvio.
I'll use my sentinel feet.
All right, both of those will hit. You go ahead and do your attack as well. You will take 9 slashing damage, Arvio, and your 14 hits them. So go ahead and roll damage. 9, alrighty. It is, again, in a sense, still holding itself together, but you can tell that it is in a weakened state. And then this one down here is also going to attempt to attack you. So first, see if it will make its save. That will make it. And you will take 8. You'll take 11 slashing damage total, Arvio.
Okay.
And with that, they disappear into the sand. But it is your turn, Zilmorn.
I'm going to hold. Here. I'm going to move here and then hold my action to attack anything that comes to me. So I'm gonna hold Thunder Gauntlets to the
Okay.
creature in front of me, which technically would be my behind, whatever. But yeah,
Then Sheerbrick is going to hold his. So then Arvio, it is your turn.
Okay, I'm going to follow the lead because they seem to have a good idea of what's what. But. And I'll just to leave room for Grim, I'm going to take the dash action and just do bop because I need the extra 5 feet.
Okay. Then I believe that is your options exhausted. So Ava.
I will hold my action again for if something pops up next to an ally.
Okay. Philip.
I'll hold my attack action as well if something shows up in the front of me.
Okay. And Grim, it is your turn.
Yep, I'm gonna move right there, then hold my attack action for anything, an enemy that's in my melee range.
Okay. Well, as you guys see this coming, you also see this coming as they just materialize out of the sand right here. So, is Sheerbrick, you back?
Yep.
It's your turn to go.
DC 15 deck save.
And which one are you doing?
Let's do this one right here.
All right. Is there on a success?
On a success, 13. If they pass, they don't take damage.
All right. Your light kind of shines down, but it seems to dodge out of the way of that. Ava, you are next.
I will shoot the injured one, or attempt to,
All right. 15 hits.
for 20 damage.
20 damage. All right. This thing looks like there's a single grain of sand holding it together.
It's almost dead, guys.
And then
That's my turn.
Philip, you would have been next. Nothing's close to you.
Yeah, that's fair.
So that will bring us to Grim. Oh wait, I think Silmorn was before you.
Yeah,
I was before everybody.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
That's fine. So I'm gonna attack this one.
Okay, go for it.
For
Hits.
10
Right.
points of
You
damage.
punch and you watch as this thing just kind of goes into just a giant dust or blow of sand and it just floats back out into the rest of it and settles down dead.
And do I get another attack or is
Yes.
that it? Okay, and then I'll go ahead and attack this one.
Go for it.
20.
That hits.
5 points of damage, and it has disadvantage on anything that attacks other than me.
All right. And Grim, you can take your turn now.
One right in front of me.
13. Does that hit? You just barely hit it. All right. It is now also in a dying state. And you also get another attack. That will hit. All right, so this one as well seems to be holding on by a grain of sand. And I believe that is everybody, correct?
Yep.
Okay,
Yes.
you guys will watch as these things move, and I know they will take attacks to try and figure out the movement. They run in this direction. Arvio, Sheerbrick, you guys, if you want to, can attack that one there with melee. And Grim, you can attack this one or this one if you want to.
They're just moving away, not being aggressive. If they're not doing anything, I'm just gonna let them go.
I'm definitely gonna hit the one that I did not hit.
All right, Sherbreak, you attack that one, dealing 6. That hits. Or you're gonna attack the one you did not hit, you said?
Correct. The
All
same
right.
one Sherbert does, and it doesn't move now.
Alrighty. So you watch as this one collapses to sand, and this one, I guess it doesn't run away. So it is going to try to attack you twice. That will hit, and that will miss. And by attacking you, I mean you, Grim.
Okay.
You will take 8 points of slashing damage, and then you watch it just collapse as sand. Alright, Zilmorn, what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna get by Eva here. Try to go back here if I can. And kind of inspect this altar and see what it's all about.
Okay, you can give me an investigation. That will be your turn. You kind of look over it. You see what they see. There's writing on it. There's cobwebs on it, and there looks to be underneath compartments. And you see what looks to be some kind of golden figure that's like sitting there with its palm out, and a little box kind of tucked into this crevice in this.
I will point that out, but tell nobody to touch that.
Alrighty, is that your turn?
Yeah.
Okay, Sherbreak, it is your turn.
Sherbert will move up and just ready an action for when they pop up again. Another
Alrighty.
Sacred Flame.
Arbio, it is your turn.
Well, being as it seems like the sand is what's doing it, I'm going to also investigate this altar right here.
Okay. Well, it's no roll needed, as you kind of already been pointed out stuff by Zilmorn, unless there's anything different you're looking for.
No, but I might have zoned out a little bit with
Yeah,
someone.
he
I'm sorry.
investigated it, and he basically found like there's a little notch underneath it that has a little box kind of stuffed into it, and there's also what looks to be a golden figure that's like mounted to the altar itself, that's sitting there with its palm out.
Okay. How about instead of doing an investigation, then I'm going to do an arcana or maybe like a religion to see what this thing could possibly be.
Okay, well, give me either or and tell me what you're trying to figure out.
Okay, let me think. Which am I better at? I'm actually equally good at both, so I'm going to start with arcana just because this is the Arvia we're talking about.
You look at it, and you've heard of altars being used in magical things before, but that's about it.
No idea what that is. I'd say burn it, but we don't have oxygen, so do something else.
All right. Well, with that, Ava, it's your turn.
Sorry, it wasn't helpful at all.
Ava?
Sorry, I double muted myself somehow. I am going to ready my action to shoot at something if it pops up next to somebody.
Alrighty, Philip.
I'm gonna take Zilmor's place and prepare my attack action again.
Okay, Grim.
Seeing that Sherbert walked out there, I'm gonna be standing next to him.
Alright.
And ready for my attack action for anything that's in melee.
Okay, you guys stand here for 6 seconds. Zilmorn and Arvio, you kind of going up there and messing around with this altar, kind of looking it over. The rest of you kind of just standing ready, watching the sands out here. Sherbreak walks out, and you can see further out, thanks to his light he has on him. and nothing seems to stir or move. At this point, it's up to you guys if you want to stay in a fighting like mindset or you want to kind of drop it and move on.
Sherbert will drop it.
Yes, so will I.
Arvio's
I-
not gonna fight because that's not his forte anyway.
Hey, you watch these things. You watch one of them turn and run away and just collapse into a pile of sand, and the other one just kind of right in that area dissipate in the sand itself. So
I'm gonna just keep my eye out here with both my hand crossbows out.
all
But
right,
otherwise, let the magic people go ahead and see if they can divine what that is all about.
okay.
Hee.
Turn to Arvio and ask him. I think before we even touch anything on this altar, we need to figure out if there's any sort of magical essence from it, and or if it's trapped. So who here is good
I
with
will-
traps?
I will hear the word traps, and I will pop back and give it a good look over.
All right, Arvio, you're pretty confident that this thing has no magic to it whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't think there's any magic to this. I mean, I could. I don't think we have enough oxygen. I could cast detect magic to double check, but there's no magic to this.
Searching for traps, Ava, you not really like. You're kind of looking and you're like, wait a minute, what's that? And you look at this wall here, and you notice that the wall is kind of like a gap or so above the ground. Almost like you could just fit your fingers underneath it.
Guys, there's a that wall there doesn't go all the way to the ground.
Oh, well, that's silly, isn't it? No. So you say secret tunnel?
So you're saying we throw sand on it?
What do we hear?
This box. So she already checked for traps, so I'm assuming she did a decent job at it. But with this
Yeah.
box, is there any way it has some sort of importance is what I'm trying to ascertain, but can I tell what it would technically be for? Like if it has any like symbols or runes or
It
like
looks like a
anything about it?
plain like metal box, like a thin metal box. And you always just take it out and look at it. It's gonna be the best way for you to tell what it's for.
Well, I don't really. Let's see here. I've known you guys for what? 6 days? I'm gonna check for traps on this box. Like if it's trapped at all.
All right, and make an investigation at disadvantage. Just because there's a little bit of doubt in you that this is fine, and you're just trying to double check it.
Yeah,
Basically, I'm disadvantaged because Ava's already made the roll.
that's fine.
But in a game sense,
Yeah. Hey,
you look it over,
alright,
and you're like,
looks good. All right, I'm gonna pull out the box.
all right, you grab it and you pull it out. I need you to make a nothing roll because nothing happens.
I ask Arvia if he knows what these markings are on the little altar.
Can I identify a language?
Is that something you can do?
I mean, with a knowledge check, probably. But
Oh,
if,
you can give me a history then.
I'm gonna do a history then to see if I have the time to cast comprehend language.
That's up to you guys. I will be right back real quick. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, wrong one. Oh, better.
We're all gonna suffocate and die in here. So Arvia.
I didn't have a comprehend. Do I have comprehend languages ready? Let me check.
You always do if it's a ritual.
I know, but the difference is, do I waste 10 minutes of air or 6 seconds of air? Because now that's the problem.
Considering the space that we're in, and the door's been
We have
open,
hours.
we're pretty good right now.
Okay.
As long as we don't, I mean, fighting, of course, will quickly diminish that air supply, but you know, nothing like a
Arvia
fucking
needs to
plane.
stop overreacting, and I think we'll have air for an infinity. But if he keeps hyperventilating like he does during combat, we'll only have it for 30 seconds.
To be fair, there is significantly less hyperventilating because it's like, oh wait, I'm not dying immediately anymore. So
Alright.
that's helping a lot with the air supply.
So how'd you get?
You got
Sorry.
a 22. So you've kind of in your studies learned a little bit about the ancient civilizations of the desert, and you believe this to be writing of them. Not any writing you've ever learned, though.
Well, this is the writing of the ancients. If you would kindly simply give me 10 minutes of ritual casting, I think I could get a rough estimate of what these things are saying.
That's what I'm
Tiefling,
asking.
We're stuck in here, so
Salted.
take your time.
Fantastic. I'll start ritual casting.
I will pull a gold coin out and I'm going to put it in the hand of the gold statue.
Okay, you put it in the hand of the gold statue, and you notice the hand kind of moves a little bit. Were you gonna do something? Say something, Philip?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to ask if I could look around this wall and see if I can like find like a button or lever or something that's like movable to potentially discover that there is something behind the wall.
You can give me an investigation check.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm sorry, what language did you say it was?
The ancients that used to
No.
have a civilization here. I didn't
You're more fascinated by the carvings in this. You notice that the carvings are as you look around the entire room, because this area is kind of like got you to look at the whole picture. Both sides seem to be telling this story of people like gathering up crops and foods, and you assume to be valuable things. And then where this back wall here meets, you see people kind of offering it up to somebody holding their hand out.
Well, the hand moved, so I'm going to push it down.
The hand is down.
It is down?
Yes.
I thought the hand was out.
So it's like a person sitting there with a hand out, palm up, but the hand is like in a lowered position.
Oh, well, then I'll raise the hand.
All right. As you raise the hand, you hear coming from this direction this grinding sound.
I think I found the lever, my friends, as I will swing both of my crossbows towards that direction.
All right. You swing them, and you're still pointing them at the back wall.
Well, we hear the grinding sound, though, right?
Yep. You hear a grinding sound coming from beyond it.
Door that is this little crevice right here that had the wall that was slightly ajar up. Seems like it's going up or down?
Not moving at all.
Okay. Is the stone in the very back moving at all? Like
Nope.
the entrance?
What's in that box? Open that box.
I don't know yet. So I'm gonna take the box and move it to one side. Is there anything in it?
I open it up. You see
Well,
inside.
I wasn't gonna open it yet, but I was just gonna turn it.
You can hear stuff moving around. Yeah.
All right, I'll open it up now.
Okay, you see what looks to be some rotten clothing of some type. You can't even tell. It's just so rotten away, and if you try to touch it and move it, it just falls apart. But you also notice a chalice that seems to set with bloodstones. Thinking it's silver. You also notice a necklace that has gold plated with rubies kind of hanging off of it.
Okay. The cloth, by the way. I'm gonna cast mending on it.
All right.
Do anything.
I mean, it's pretty much dust. You kind of gather a little bit up from your mending. It just looks like ordinary cloth that's just decayed away from what you can tell from the pristine piece you seem to be holding.
Chalice and this necklace. Is there any like inscriptions on it or anything like that?
Nope.
Okay. I'm gonna put
The
the necklace.
necklace looks ceremonial. Has heavy gold plates and rubies attached to it.
I'm gonna put the necklace. Like I'm gonna basically affix it onto the statue, and put the cup on the hands.
Okay. The little statue that's kind of tucked away is very, very small.
Okay.
The necklace looked comical on it, and as you try to put the cup on it, it just can't even like fit on there, and you push the hand down with it, and you hear coming from behind that wall again the grinding sound. And this time you hear it go on for the same amount of time, but all of a sudden there's a slam at the end of it.
Okay, so having it down seems like it closes something. All right, so I'll take the cup and chalice again. Push up the hands, do the grinding sound again.
The grinding sound as you hear again.
And there's no slam this time.
Nope. Just kind of seems to come to a stop. So this goes on. I guess it might be 10 minutes worth of time that's passed. What are you doing, Ava?
I'm gonna check out the statues over here.
All right. You see a statue that looked like the things that were attacking you. It's kind of tore up though because people were beating on them. With your
All right.
perception check, they just seem like statues.
Arvio, did you find
Get to
anything
reading,
else?
Arvio.
I'm 1 second. Asunome Ota Yada Des. Okay, I've done the ritual. I'm looking at it now.
So you can make out that it says, "This we give to the one who keeps us, that he may guard the gate forever."
To this we give to he who guides us, so that he may guard the gate forever. Huh. I have a question. Does anybody have any rations? Because I'm looking over here, I'm seeing, while I was casting, I was taking a look at the murals on the side. It seems like they're offering up the harvest. So maybe food? I don't know. Just a guess. I'm also going to keep this up just in case we see any more hieroglyphics, by the way.
So I will come up here and crumble and put one of my rations on the.
Okay. You guys now have a altar with rations laying on top of it.
Genius.
Nothing happens.
Well, worth a shot, I suppose.
Hmm.
I'm gonna go over to the slab. This might. I don't know. I'm gonna put my hands. Can I fit my fingers underneath the wall?
Easily.
Is there any way I can lift it up, push it, or pull it?
Oh, what do you want to do?
Well, I'm gonna try
You can
lifting it
try.
up. I'm gonna try lifting, and if
Okay.
it doesn't feel like anything's happening, I'm gonna try pushing.
And go ahead and give me a strength check.
Check. This is a bad idea. So that would be an 8. Rolled it
With your 8, you get it to like, go up just a tiny little bit, but it's like way too heavy for you.
So it goes up a tiny bit.
Yep. You have
I
to
go.
move just slightly.
All right, so I go. It looks like we can lift this thing up.
Ooh, okay.
I only moved it slightly because I'm not that beefy, but it seems like it has some sort of movement to it.
All right.
Does anybody wish to try? Perhaps either Grim or
I'll try it.
Philip. Okay.
You
As
wanna
you try
help-
it,
You want to help, or you got it there, big boy?
I go. Oh, I'm gonna try something. This is something I know. Philip.
Yep.
So, I place my hand on your shoulder, and you feel all of a sudden that you're a lot stronger than before. As I cast Enhance Ability, and you have Bull Strength, which gives you
Okay.
advantage on strength checks.
Fair enough. And do I just roll? Do I roll athletics or straight strength to attempt to lift it up?
How do you do strength to lift it up?
Okay then.
You get over there, you kind of stick your hands under, and you're trying to lift it up as well, and get at the budge a little bit. It's moved up. The gap that was below it is bigger than it was, but it's still a small gap.
Okay, I would like to try now because nobody else compared it to it.
All right, I guess I won't try anything. Go ahead, RVO.
I will attempt. Even though this is my shittiest.
Can I
you're-
move out of the
you're
way?
You're bound to roll more than me.
I am.
Go-
You want to
go
know how
for
I
it.
know that? Because I've already rolled this. I roll a 12 in total.
12 in total. You lift it up probably about knee height.
Okay, Philip, take it.
Okay. I'm attempting to hold it in place.
Holding it in place is no difficult thing to do.
Okay. And then I look to Grim. Okay, shall we do it together now?
Okay,
Oh,
Bolt, I got it started for you. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, you
I'll
actually
let
want
you-
my help this time?
I'll let you roll for it. Yep, let's go together. 1, 2.
You still have advantage on strength checks, by the way.
I do, but
Reroll
I
that.
think
Effingham will give it to
Yeah.
Grim too.
yeah.
Yeah. So go ahead, Grim.
There we go.
All right, you step up and you start lifting it up easy. Like you almost take it out of Philip's hand, and you're like, "Guys, I think there's like a counterweight attached to the other side of this. I have no idea why you're struggling with it. You just push it up to the ceiling." And as you guys are now met by these stairs that head downwards, and you can see this giant basin sitting down there at the bottom with a flame in it, lighting the whole area up.
There we go.
We want to provide the light from it.
Trying to figure out how to do that.
Wait, are these fires?
See, all you had to do was ask there, Philip. And I pat his shoulder.
And I will sneak down the stairs.
I will yell out, "Look out for traps."
Oh, you're gonna yell out while I'm sneaking.
Yep.
Oh, there's already people just pushing right through anyway.
Siltic, what's the token for concentration that you're using? Or not token, but symbol.
One that's looks like somebody using their head.
Oh, perfect.
There you go. Just remember that's what it means. That's now casting a light, right?
Yes, this whole room's lit up.
So you guys walk in. Ava, as you walk out, trying to sneak, you go ahead and give me a stealth check. But you walk down there, you can see that there's torches in the four corners and this giant basin in the middle.
All right, so none of the doors are open.
No, you see these giant stones. No, that one does not move. See one there, and one there.
I will turn around and whisper back to the guys coming down the stairs that move the arm on the statue.
What statue?
Probably not a good idea, considering there's people. I will yell back. Probably not a good idea that there's people standing where we just opened up a door and there's a counterweight holding it open.
Ooh, yeah, that would be bad.
Yes, let's split the party now. Then I hit the button.
Ah, fuck!
All right.
Jump back in.
Philip and Sherbrick, I need dexterity saving throws.
Oh,
Oh.
Shubrick and I have +2. So I got 19. And you got 21.
All right, you guys, I'm going to roll. So you kind of jump into that way, Philip, and you jump back this way, Sherbrick, as you watch as this giant stone comes down. Doesn't like fall down, but it's fast enough that you guys had to scramble, and you have a feeling that you still have been standing there and not made your dexterity saving throws. You might have just been squashed dead.
That was close.
Well, now we know what that does, and I'll lift it back up.
I'm
Would
just
you like-
repeatedly just face palmed at this point.
Maybe, actually, that would be very helpful. What if we had a very strong monster that is in there, and we led it back here and crushed it with the door?
Why are you jinxing us like that?
Because we're in an ancient temple. We've already seen monsters. I'm assuming what's obviously at the end of this.
Ava,
Yes.
as you're standing there watching this, watching these two people almost literally just get snuffed out by this thing, this door squashing them into human jam, you notice that there's a sound of like a clanking sound over here that happens. Seems to correlate with everything.
All right, so I am going to try to investigate this this entire thing to see if there's any mechanisms around it or anything like that.
Okay, as you approach it and you look at it, you right away notice that there is a golden figure that is facing in the direction of this door that looks just like the one that's underneath of the altar. And with your investigation of 27, you notice that this whole thing seems to be on some kind of mechanism so it can rotate.
Guys, come inside. I think I have an idea of how this works.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And the golden statue is sitting right now with its palm and arm like raised up in the air.
Yes, but it's facing towards the door we just came through, correct?
Correct.
And you're saying this whole platform rotates, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Stay right here until you guys figure it out.
I'm just gonna stand right here.
Ava will just sit there looking at both of you and tap her feet because she's like, if this does what I think it does, guys, you guys will be on the other side of the door when another door opens. So do you want to come with us, or do you want to stay
try
there
it
and get
first.
locked behind a closed door?
Oh,
You don't know how it works either.
Okay, I start pushing it. I start turning it.
All right.
They're being stubborn, so I'm just gonna start.
Yeah, it easily rotates.
Okay, I'm gonna have them face this way.
All right. So it is sitting there with its arm raised up.
Hmm.
push the arm
pull on
down.
the arm.
You try to move the arm, and it seems like it's meeting some kind of resistance.
Grim, pull the lever. I have a genius idea. I say as I'm like hanging off of the hand. Pull the lever.
I'm gonna lever over.
I
Hey,
have to reposition
you
right here, yeah.
you watch as this thing rotates to face this way again, and then the arm on it goes down, and this comes down as well.
Oh.
Okay. So the arm is down now.
Yep.
So I will rotate it again to the north ways, and then try to pull the arm back up.
As she
Alright.
comes over, I will let go of the arm and fall to the ground.
While we're doing that, go ahead and get initiative orders.
Oh, fuckity.
As all of a sudden, Zilmorn and Grim, you hear like shifting in the sand, and you hear something that sounds like running on stone. As you guys are cast into complete darkness.
This is how we die.
All right, not knowing what is going on, what is your dex, Grim?
My dex is 14.
You guys are unaware of what is going on, as all of a sudden you hear stuff run up behind you.
I attempt to like fidget with the little statue, attempting to make anything happen at all.
They're getting their surprise attacks. And so that is going to hit you, Grim. And you are going to take 9 points of slashing damage as you can feel something claw into you. And then Philip, it will be your turn. You are currently unaware of anything going on with these guys.
Okay, so I don't hear any
Nope.
fights going on. Okay, then never mind.
Right now, Ava's kind of just starting to turn the thing, rotating it back the other way.
Okay, then since I'm waiting for the smart guys to figure something out.
Yes, this seems right. Nothing bad is happening here.
All right. Then
wouldn't
you
know
will
any
get
better.
2 more attacks on you. Grim, that will hit, and that is definitely going to hit, as you are going to take 6 points of slashing damage, and then you will take 9 points of slashing damage. You can tell you can't see anything currently, right? Just your token?
Yep.
You can tell there's something there attacking you, and there's something here attacking you. You can see nothing, though.
And would it take an action to light up my hooded lantern?
Pull it out and light it. Probably take you yeah, I'll say I'd take your action.
That's what I attempt to do. And I will rage right afterwards. Yeah, actually.
All right, and then
Just gonna try to light my candle.
so what's the light on it? I'll just give you 20. It's enough for you to see. And that's your turn, as you all of a sudden see these sand creatures now standing here with you again.
Yeah, that was my action.
All right, Ava, you just continue turning that thing.
Yeah, since I don't know what's going on behind there, I would continue turning it and lift the hand once I get pointed that direction.
It's 30-30, but the 20/20 is fine.
I'd say you can get it over there and you can push it. And it's not going to instantly rise up though. So you've got it facing that way, and you change the. Well, you're pointing it this way.
Yep.
Okay.
So we see the door starting to move.
You see that door up there starting to move as you. So it's in a lowered position, and you raise it upwards, and you see the door start to slowly move up.
See,
Zilmorn,
look,
your turn.
I knew it would work.
You do there, Kelvic?
Yeah.
You heard this commotion, you hear something going on, you turn around, and all of a sudden you see Grim kind of pinned against the wall, just after hastily have lit his lantern, and you can see these two sand creatures standing there.
Okay, so Philip, you first notice that the all of a sudden vigor that you have all of a sudden stops. You don't feel strong anymore, like you did when I cast that spell. And I'm going to cast Fairy Fire.
Okay.
And is there a way? It's a 20-foot cube. Is there a way that I can get both of the creatures without Grim in it?
No. Being a cube, it has to get Grim.
I'm only going to cast it on the one that looks weakest then.
That would be that guy up there.
Or sorry, the one that's not the weakest, my bad.
Okay.
And that's going to be a concentration, uses my action. So that's what that does. And then for a bonus action, sorry, I'm just looking at this spell real quick. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's the end of my turn.
Alrighty, Sherbrick, how's it going?
He's cool. Once
Is it-
he sees the door opening, he's gonna prepare a sacred flame just in case something bad comes out.
Alright, sounds good. RVO.
It's your boy. I'm actually going to look around the room to see if I can't find any more of these hieroglyphs.
And here, it just seems barren.
No. Okay. Is there any way I can help Ava turn this thing faster?
Oh, she got it there already. The door's opening. And in fact, at the top of the round, before it's your turn, Philip, it rises all the way up. And you guys just see down this. Oh, no. That's not what I meant to do.
Oh no! I got yacked on.
Oh,
You guys see down this long hallway, and thanks to the lights being cast, you can see a table down there. And that will bring us to your turn, Philip.
I'll let others know that well basically I suddenly feel weaker. Like I felt energetic when Zemo tapped me, and now it suddenly disappeared.
Maybe
Do
it
you
wore off.
guys? Maybe I do not know. Perhaps it slightly worried me. I hope those guys are okay.
Hang on, let me check something. And he takes out his cards and starts shuffling through them.
All right, is that your turn, Philip?
Yeah, I'm not stepping forward on my own. No, I'll just let other dance. Yeah.
Celtic, I need you to make a dexterity save on that creature for me.
Yep.
DC 15.
15.
Yep.
All right. And it fails. So
Okay.
what happens?
So that creature is lit up with a dimish glow for 10 feet. Well, anything within the 20 feet square that I cast it on, there's a 10-foot dim glow to it. And if you attack that creature on a fail save, so it failed its save, it has anybody that attacks it has advantage on it now. It's a concentration spell.
All right. I'll just put this on here, symbolize advantage. Grim, both of these, now that you pull out light, start to run back this way.
I'm gonna guess opportunity attack then.
Go for it.
I'll hit the top one.
Okay. What's that do there?
Yeah, the one that was
Yeah, it's pretty messed up. 15 hits it. All right, and that is enough that it falls, it just obliterates into sand. And it falls, and being up here, as there is absolutely no sand, it just kind of spreads out over the stone. This one is going to run away, despite having fairy fire on it. It's just going to fall back in the sand and just kind of blend in with the rest of the sand.
Is the sand glowing?
Nope, no glow.
Okay.
But with that, we'll go ahead and exit out of that. As you guys kind of stand there panting a bit, you can see the remains of this one just scattered around, but otherwise, nothing seems to come after you. Real quick, what are you guys in this room over here doing?
So Ava at this point would, seeing it worked, she'd put the hand back down, move the disc back around, and lift the hand again towards this door, not knowing that any commotion happened over here. Is that door open?
Yes, takes a little bit of time for you to do all that though. So meantime, you guys got real quick, like half a minute. Grim and Zilmorn, what do you do?
The door's closed again. I was about to investigate. Okay.
I'm gonna ask Grim. Are you all right?
that hurt. Not really.
Yeah. All right. I will go over here, and I will cast. Cure Wounds on you. So 2nd level.
You give me an investigation, Aria.
So 8 healing.
And as that door opens, I'll call up to you guys. Hey guys, it works.
Seems
Why don't you join us?
If it's opened enough, I wait until it's in. Go in there.
Argo, you want to give me an investigation real quick?
I mean, it's closed. I was gonna start checking the hallway, but all right.
I mean, you can look down as it's closing if you want.
All right, I'll give it a quick invest. 23.
All right. So from what you saw, no writing on the walls, no hieroglyphs, and it seems to be old, decaying furniture sitting at the end. And that's kind of what you got before the stone slab kind of came down and made that connection. And then yeah, you guys are now standing here. That door is open. Free to do what you want.
All right, so in order to make this thing rotate, we need to press on the statue.
Wait a second. Grim is not down here yet.
Sorry.
There
I'm
we
just saying
go.
what I saw.
Yeah, and
You
then
guys
I will
see
demonstrate.
Grim walking down with a lantern in his hand. By the way.
That is lit now.
Yeah, I will demonstrate to them the how the arm moves and how this thing turns, and then lift the arm. We're gonna reopen this door.
And I will tell you, if you go into any dark rooms, be sure it's lit.
Good to know.
All right. Well, as that door closes and the other one begins to open, it is 10 o'clock. I've always said we can continue an hour after if you guys want to, or we can call it quits here for the night. It's up to you guys. I'm down either way.
If anyone needs to go,
I can keep going.
Arvio's good. Ava, you good?
I'm good, but no pressure on anybody that needs to leave.
Yeah. Grim doesn't care. Philip, you said you were good?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
Sherbreak?
I'm good.
I'm good.
And Kelvik, you're going to be the party pooper?
Nope, I'm good.
All right. So we'll go ahead and continue then as this door here opens.
All right. As I will start making my way through, double checking my work because I didn't see any, but I don't trust because I only gave it a quick glance. So I'm going to make sure I double
Is
check.
the room? Hold on.
Oh.
For anybody. Damn it.
Oh, Ava and Arvio.
All right.
Ava, Arvio, you go marching in.
I'm checking my work as I go. Because I rolled a 23, but it was a very quick glance. So I'm also I'm double checking for traps.
Yeah, well, I will say because Ava got high perception, you do notice that these floor here, like the plates, are raised slightly higher than the rest of the floor.
I will put my arm out and stop Arvio from moving forward. And then I will get down on my knees and check out these floor plates.
All right, go ahead and give me investigation check. What's advantage? All right, so you're looking and you seem to think you can't really see the mechanism underneath, that these are some kind of pressure plates, but you do notice in the wall that there's kind of these grooves that go up. And as you look up, you see what looks to be some kind of mechanism that is going to rotate downwards. That's just like being barely held on by anything.
Okay, well, I would like to attempt to disarm this obvious trap.
Do you have thieves' tools?
Yes, I do.
All right, go ahead and give me thieves' tools dexterity as the modifier.
Yeah, which I have expertise in this as well. So.
All right.
I don't know if it's going to roll it. Oh, it did roll it with expertise.
Right. So you reach up there and you kind of make out that there's something here in this. No idea what it does, but that it is going to dump downwards. But you manage to take out some like spare wire and stuff you have and rig it so that way it is incapable of tilting forward.
Okay. So I believe it's disarmed, correct?
You believe it to be disarmed, yes.
I will calmly step forward.
You step there, and the plate underneath your foot presses down, and you quickly look up real quick, and you notice the mechanism releases, but the thing is still held in place.
Okay. And I believe that it's disarmed, my friends. Just be careful. Don't dislodge it. And as I move forward.
I will be very careful in trying not to do that thing.
As that happens, I'm gonna look at Grim and go, "Is that room dark, by the way, Celtic?"
No, it's lit up down in here.
Okay, so it's
This
all
this is casting a lot of light. It's like dim light down in here, but they can still see into it.
okay. I'm gonna just turn to Grim and go, "Are we gonna have another instant like that on our hands again?"
Talking about.
Well, when we were in darkness, we got attacked. Even though it's dim light, I'm still hesitant about going in there without a light source, if you know what I mean.
We have more than
You
light source, and I
True.
look towards the wall. Can those torches be taken off?
give me investigation. You look them over. They seem to be firmly attached to the wall. In fact, you think they go into the wall.
I'm gonna light my hooded lantern.
I said, well, then I handed my light and this lantern and say, well, if you're afraid here.
I'm not afraid. I just don't want another instant like that to happen.
All
Well,
right, you
nothing
guys.
happened to you.
Yeah, but it did
Guys,
happen to you.
you Ava ignite your lantern using ever precious oxygen to do so. But continue onwards.
Ooh, is this like a little library?
And give me an investigation check if you want to check stuff out.
Yeah, and I'm hoping my investigation check also takes care of that thing under the table.
All right. So you see these two statues here. They just seem to be kind of almost look similar to the people in Torrid. Being as they're not out in the environment, they are still very well defined. You notice a couple empty torch sconces. They are not ignited or anything. As you go around and look at these, you notice something that's kind of like a corkscrew with a handle on the end of it. You notice something that's like very long and narrow and skinny that got the hook on it. You notice things that look like you think might be linen, and you try to pick them up and it just falls apart. And you look on this table, and it seems to be very dark spots on it. That the wood is just very different color than the rest of it. And you look underneath, and you see a symbol underneath. You have to give me Arcana if you want to know more about it.
I will attempt.
It does not seem magically active, from what you can tell. Looking at it, it seems to be something magical, though, and it might have some kind of ties to necromancy. You're not sure.
Oh, I look on the table and I look down at this and I'm like, huh. Okay. Well, I have a theory, fellas.
You also
Um,
see plenty of jars kind of sitting along on all these shelves, and some of them got like animal heads on top of them. And
oh, yeah.
just to remind you guys, as you walk through and you kind of step on that pressure plate, you all, as you step on it, you can hear everything activate, and just like out of nervousness glance, you look up and you see it still sitting there, but you can tell when you step on it, it lets go of the thing. So, but Ava's work seems to be holding up.
Yeah. So heads up, everybody. I think this is a necromancer's lab. I'm seeing multiple organs and jars over here, like animal heads and stuff. I'm thinking this is old blood on the table here. And down under the table, I think it's necromancy. I'm not sure.
If
I
you
think
want
it,
to give me an intelligence check, Orvio,
sure.
seeing how you've studied this region before.
19.
You know that the ancient cultures like to preserve bodies.
And then he starts going, it's like, could be necromancy, could, or actually, pause. This is. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm feeling quite foolish. This is just where they entomb their dead. So this is okay. Never mind. Maybe slightly less nefarious.
Maybe
Depending.
find if this is a lab. Maybe find if there's a way out.
Maybe I'll start checking the books. I still have comprehend languages up, and I'm gonna start
And
checking the books.
Ava, although you have a light source, we do need air to breathe, or oxygen. Let's just say that.
This is
So-
a rather large area. It's gonna be a while before we run out of air.
Well, I mean,
if I may, Ava, I do have dark vision, so I can handle this.
I kind of glance at the back with the blazing inferno that's behind us. Just say, yeah, but that's also burning.
Arvio, there are very few books left. There are very few books here to begin with, and they're very delicate. As you kind of open them, they start falling apart. You, with a very fine hand, though, kind of go through, and it just seems to be stuff about like how to store the heart, how to pull the brain out of the head. You kind of have more of an instinct after seeing these books that this was probably some kind of place where they tried to prepare bodies for mummification.
Okay, I'm actually going to look under the table, and I'm going to take a sketch of this symbol here,
Alrighty.
so that I can maybe screw around with it later.
Is this table look like it's movable?
Yeah, it's just a wooden table sitting there.
All right. So as everybody starts getting done with that room, I'm gonna grab this table and I'm gonna drag it down this hallway and put it underneath this door.
All right.
Just a
There's
suggestion.
there's two other locked doors we've not been through.
Just a
heavens.
suggestion, but I have a feeling that's gonna break.
It's worth the try, isn't it?
Yep. I
Sorry,
mean, by all means.
So once Arvio gets out of there, I'm gonna do the thing again with this and arm down, twist it around, face this door, and arm back up.
All right. Well, with that, this stone comes down, and it does stop on the table for what seems to be a very short amount of time. As the wood, it's just groaning in protest. You can actually see underneath it as it's starting to like buckle inwards, and splinters are shooting out, and it's just like just littering the floor with the splinters, and all of a sudden it just snaps and collapses in as the thing with a heavy thud finishes dropping the rest of the way.
Well, I guess it was a bit too heavy for the table.
well, I mean, if you weren't going to do it, I was.
But you turn it this way, rotate it towards this one, again raising the hand, which causes the door to also raise. And you look down into this room, and you can hear a slight lapping of water coming from in there. And there's also this very foul stench coming from it as well. As you walk forward, you see stairs that lead down into a flooded room. You guys is probably about waist high, maybe a little bit more.
None of you would happen to have any water magic, would you?
No, unfortunately not.
I look at our little halfling.
No.
And then I look at our gnome. I mean, surely you must. I mean,
I have some.
I don't.
okay.
Just kidding, I don't.
Oh, well, bugger me.
I bring out the rope.
Hey, I knew you could use it for something. What are you using it for?
Like good old days.
That
So
didn't answer my question.
the water. How nasty does this water look?
Um, it seems to be very like stagnant, and you think if you were to drink it, it'd make you very sick. Looking at it, you can kind of see through it pretty well, but you can definitely just looking at the color of it tell that something's off about it.
Hey, maybe we should handle this last. The last time we handled water, it was sort of clusterfuck. Oh, Ava, I don't know if I told you about how a river debacle. That's an embarrassing one.
Sure,
No.
Brick, as you look into it, you think this probably be up to your head.
Yep.
The rest of you, though, is just like waist deep, maybe a bit higher. You look across the way, and it looks like you can see this room pretty well. And then as you look over there, it just kind of slopes downwards and then disappears under the water. Or into the water, however you want to say that.
I'm in agreement with the wizard. I
Water
think we should.
stagnant.
Yep.
All right. Yeah. I would say let's check the other room out first. This seems to be leading deeper into where we're going.
Agreed.
Water in a desert, though.
We haven't moved it yet.
Sure, I think Grim's trapped in there.
All right.
That's him
Now that
right
Grim
there.
comes in the room, now we are going to rotate it.
All right, so you pull that hand down, which lowers that piece of stone, and then raise that one up. Yes, second here. Switching between dynamic lighting, having to open doors is fun. All right, opens up and
And
see a
I will
hallway
look
that goes in
for
and
traps.
T intersection.
I will look
ahead.
for traps along the floor.
I will help.
Oh, your passive perception, you're seeing nothing. You want to give me a perception check, you can as well.
Is it perception or is it investigation? Because you're looking down the hallway.
Because he's looking, it's just a perception. Investigation would be actually trying to figure stuff out. But you don't see anything.
Okay. I'm gonna let them go first.
All right, so you walk in, and
I
you
believe
see,
there's a mirror here, guys.
You see a doorway. You see 4 sarcophagi standing upright against the wall, and tucked in the corner here, you see a door or a mirror.
I've heard some weird things about mirrors in creepy places.
Let's not look directly.
Wizard, that's Arvio. I think that's your purview. As I pointed out to you.
Okay, well, I'm going to go over to the mirror. I'm not going to look into the glass. Very important. I'm just going to kind of observe the rim around it, see if I can't see any weird arcane shenanigans.
Okay, so you're just looking at it, or are you trying to magically deduce things?
I'm trying to okay, you know what? Actually, I'm looking at it, I'm investigating it, I'm seeing if it's magical in a more mundane sense, so I don't have to either A, waste 10 minutes, or B, burn a spell slide.
If you want to give me an Arcana check.
I will do this thing.
As you are investigating, I will say this: it seems to be a giant brass frame that is bolted into, well, not bolted, but it's like into the ground. This does not look like something that is just laid here that you can pick up and walk away. And it's about as tall. It's actually taller than you are.
And Philip opens the door.
As you kind of try to get a sense of it, you kind of think it might be some kind of faint trace of conjuration magic on it. Philip, you walk up. That door is smooth. And it's a stone door, but you do notice on the wall next to it is a lever.
I pull it.
All right. As you pull it, Go ahead and roll
Ouch.
initiative.
Why did? Okay. Whatever, man. Oh fuck! Mummies. I actually have never fought mummies before. This is new.
This is gonna be.
Okay, they do not take you by surprise, so they will not get any surprise round. What does take you by surprise is that 3 of the 4 sarcophagi, the doors just fling open as you pull the lever, and you see all of a sudden slowly emerging out of them these figures wrapped in some kind of cloth. I didn't prepare a picture because I figure you all know what mummies look like.
Mhm.
So with that, Sherbrick, it is your turn.
I am going to channel divinity, turn undead.
Oh, thank
Alrighty.
God, you blessed individual.
So they have to make a wisdom saving throw.
Alrighty.
DC 15? 15. And if they're less or half a CR or lower, they're instantly destroyed.
Well, I'm going to say this one right here.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like he kind of trying to grab the door and close it. The other 2 seem to still be advancing forward.
Okay. And that's it.
All right, Ava, what are you doing as these doors all of a sudden swing open?
I am going to attempt to shoot this one in front of me in the face.
All right, that'd be disadvantage for you.
No, it's not. Thank you.
All right.
Crossbow expert. I do not get disadvantage for it being next to me. Unless there's another reason it has it
Nope,
gives me disadvantage.
that would be
Okay.
it. So no
Alright,
disadvantage.
I am going to the one in front of Arvio. Of course, I was still only rolling
11 hits,
Oh, sweet.
just barely.
So I do. What is that? 21 damage to it.
Alrighty. So you
And
sink a bolt deep into it.
I disengage my bonus action and move here.
All right. Zilmorn, the thing you cast it on Arvio, that concentration spell?
No, it's not, but it lasts up for an hour, I believe is what it was. Let me double check that though. Sorry, it's a minute, so it's already gone.
Okay.
Shoot.
Grim, it is your turn.
I'm gonna manifest Echo right next to Philip.
Right. What is Manifest Echo?
I'm gonna.
You have the thing to show it in chat?
Yeah.
Wall of text.
Yep. Just summons my Echo.
3rd level. Okay. It is summoned. As you guys all see this shadowy figure appear next to you. You are all used to it except for Ava and Zilmorn.
Like,
It's only seen it once.
so
Since
Hello, sleep paralysis demon.
so it's a bonus action, I'm gonna take my action and hit the one next to Arvio.
Alright, go for it. That hits.
And if it's not dead, I'll attempt to hit it again.
It's still alive. That will hit.
And
Alright.
that is
It's
my
still
turn.
alive, but it is definitely chunks of it have been knocked away. Arvio, it is your turn.
All right, I'm going to use my action to disengage from these things and back up. Bonus action? I don't really have one, so that's where I'm at as a person right now.
All right. Philip, it is your turn.
Alright, I'll just swing to the one to the left. Seeing that I've got my right covered for now at least.
Well, now 11 hits.
And 18 for 13.
Hits 2 for 13.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Is there anything else you do?
Yeah, no, that's it.
Do they make another saving throw, Sheerbrick?
No, it's just one time.
Well, this one, you are closest. It is going to attempt to hit you. Actually, I need you to give me a wisdom saving throw, Sheerbrick.
Okay.
That's 13 plus 2, so it's 13.
All right. It turns and it glares at you. And for a brief second, you feel panic and fear start to come through you, but you manage to shake it off. And it is then going to turn and attempt to hit you. And it will do so, Philip,
Mm-hmm.
as it deals it's going to deal 6 bludgeoning damage to you, and then it is going to deal 13 necrotic damage to you.
Ooh.
And then I need you to give me a Constitution saving throw.
Constitution. That's 14.
14. Alrighty. Something weird after it punched you seems to try like come over you. You can't really figure out why.
Hmm.
No idea what happened, but definitely you didn't. Something weird happened after it punched you.
Okay.
This one is going to attempt to punch you. You're also going to attempt to punch your echo there. And it is a 16 gonna hit.
No,
16 don't hit your echo. All right.
14 plus 3, 17.
Tries to punch your echo and just seems to whiff and kind of standing there. Zilmorn, it is your turn.
Okay, I'm going to take out my crossbow and I'm going to shoot this one with it.
There you go for it. 26 hits.
11 points of damage. And with my repeating shot, since it ignores the loading mechanic for crossbows, am I able to shoot a second time?
You get 2 attacks a turn, right?
Yeah.
And then yeah, since you ignore that, you can shoot again with it.
Do so. 13 to hit.
That will hit.
Deal 6 points of damage.
All right, that seems to be just enough as this thing is riddled with crossbow bolts and just collapses to the ground.
Arvio, you notice that when I shoot something out of it, all of a sudden my bolt that I shot out of it just magically appears.
Are you arcane reloading that thing? That's dope as fuck.
Sheerbrick, it is your turn.
Sherberick is gonna cast Sacred Flame on this dude right here.
All right.
DC 15, Dexterity.
I got a 17 minus 1, so it saves.
Yep. So
As
no
a light appears, and it just seems to miss it and shine on the wall.
Okay, as my bonus action, I'm going to cast Spiritual Weapon then.
Right.
My little bird thingy comes up right here and take an attack.
Okay, just going over to grab it.
15
15 hits.
for
Yeah.
7 force damage.
You put it where?
Right there, right where it is.
All right. 7 force damage. All right. Slams into it, taking a chunk of flesh out. Kind of like slams into it, and you see flesh fall off the back of it.
Okay.
Anything
and-
else you do?
Nope.
All right, Ava, it is your turn.
So I'll move over here so I can get a clear shot on this guy. I am going to fire at it
That hits.
for 22.
All right, it is definitely bloodied.
And I am going to go ahead and bonus action fire with my offhand. No sneak attack on this one.
All right, well, 28 hits.
And another 10.
All right. Gets riddled with a couple bolts. Anything else you do?
That is it.
Okie dokie. Grim, it is your turn.
I'm gonna move up here. Have my echo move here.
All right.
Start swinging onto the Hilton.
Okay, it will roll with disadvantage. You will roll with disadvantage.
Okay.
It's currently hiding in its tomb.
Ah.
Okay, 13 will hit.
And I'll take another hit swing.
All right, go for it. 19 will hit. Alrighty, is that it?
Billy, come out of there already so we can end you.
Okay, Arvio, it is your turn.
Okay, I'm gonna scuttle up here. And this thing looks like it's already getting pretty beat up, so I'm gonna help Grim over here a little bit. And I am going to use, I have no idea if this is gonna work. Mind Spike on this one right here.
Alright, go for it.
Screw it, level 3, because I'm feeling spicy. So that's going to be 28 points of psychic damage.
Wisdom? It fails that, so takes 23, you said?
It takes 28. No, that's wrong.
26.
26. Thank you. 26 points of damage.
Alright, it is bloodied, but still standing.
Oh, well, I think I helped pretty well there. I'm going to back up again.
Alright, well, Philip, it is your turn.
Yeah, I'll attempt to finish the one on the left, see if that goes well. Okay, it's finished.
That hits. Yep, you definitely destroy that one. Just start chopping it in half.
Yeah, and with extra attack, I'll just move right here and do the same.
Go for it. 25 hits.
12.
Alright, it is still standing.
Oh boy. Alright. Can't
Alright.
really do much now. No, that's it.
Okay, it is going to. It's gonna try to hit you,
Mhm.
and it will just hit you.
Alright.
So again, it will deal 13 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
I also need a Constitution saving throw from you, and then you will take
That's 16.
11 points of necrotic damage. And then again, you feel as this thing makes contact with you, something just tries to like make its way into your system, but you managed to
Mhm.
avoid
Shake
it.
Yeah.
Zilmorn, it is your turn.
Sorry. If Arvio and Grim will allow me to move forward, I'm going to move here.
Sure, go ahead.
And I'm going to cast Firebolt on that one.
All right, go for it. 26 hits. That is more than enough damage. Says you just set this one on fire and it just kind of falls backwards into a sarcophagus, just burning in flames. And with that, you guys are now no longer in combat as everything seems to be dead.
Again. All right. So, by the way, fellas, I was checking out the mirror over there. It seems to be conjuration magic, which, you know, for the uninitiated, is magic centered around movement, like Misty Step or other things like that. Also, things like teleport or planar shift. So,
What about if I shoot it with a bolt?
yeah, you should do that. That's a great idea. I'm just going to back up.
I'm gonna wait out here, guys.
Did that door ever open up?
Nope, it did not.
Actually, and while he's like, I'm going to shoot it with a bolt, I'm going to look at this sarcophagus over here to see if it's any different from the other ones, because this one didn't open.
You give me an investigation check.
I'm able to do this thing. One moment. Pop.
You're kind of looking at it. You notice on the ground looks to be kind of like drag marks in a semicircle on the ground, but they seem to be pretty covered in dust. You had to like really get down there and kind of like wipe at it to see it.
The mechanism must have failed, but it worked at some point. Maybe it hasn't been activated in a long time. Hard to tell.
You do notice it looks different than the other three here. The marks that is left on the ground. In fact, as you kind of look at that one next to it, it doesn't seem to have any. The door seems to actually be up off the ground.
Cool. I'm going to do something stupid. I'm going to open the sarcophagus.
Before he does that, actually, I want to use that on myself. I'm gonna pump everything in me.
All right. As you go to open the door, the whole thing swings open, and you notice behind it is a stairway that heads down.
Hey guys, I found the way down.
You wish me to go first?
Yes, please, ladies first. It's only polite.
I guess while he was doing that, I would like to see if there's anything of value in the sarcophagus. That was the three that had the mummies in them.
Okay, you give me an investigation check. As you're kind of like just going through them, trying to look. They seem empty. Doesn't seem to be any hidden compartments or anything that you can tell.
Okay.
You do notice this one here though. There is a lever in the back of it. And it's less of like a stick sticking out and more of like just this thing that you can grab and move downwards if you wanted to.
Kind of tell people about that. Say there's another lever there. Don't think we should pull it yet.
You go down, Ava, you can see at the bottom of the stairs down there in front of you. Obviously, that wall to your characters, to your right, your character's left, gives way.
This one?
Yep.
All right, I will push on it.
All right, and you push onto it, and you now find yourself in this room.
Oh.
Oh,
I see.
Arvio, I believe, is that mirror a match to the other one?
I do believe it is. I wonder what would happen if I, say, stuck my hand onto the mirror. This is probably
You never
weird.
know until you try it.
Cool.
So you guys see stairs up here, leading back towards a door. There are these pillars that line the side of this. There are two statues that look a lot like the ones you saw in the mummy room. There's also another statue down here that looks different. You also see the mural on this. Well, you, Ava, would definitely like right away notice that it seems to be a lot to do with like death. See like people dead, people that are being carried around like with their arms crossed over their chest. You also see what looks to be like a person having their brains pulled out and stuff like that. And then it just kind of all leads down this way. You kind of see people like on this side, it looks like they're dying. Halfway in the middle, they're being carried somewhere. And then like down here, it looks like they're being prepared. You can't really tell. It's all the way on this side though.
It's almost like this is an ancient burial tomb or something.
It would make sense considering the mummies.
Call back to Graham and ask him if he's coming.
Would I have like any more insight on this, since that's kind of Sherbrick's thing?
You can give me a religion check. And of course, you guys do notice, as you pointed out, another mirror.
Yes, I'm going to burn a first level spell slot and cast Identify on the mirror.
And I'm gonna respond with, well, what if it closes and you guys get stuck? We need someone here.
You kind of look around, Sherbrick, and you can definitely tell this has to do with death. And being your background, seems like people dying, being prepared for some kind of funeral, right? But past that, you don't have any idea.
Okay.
You cast Identify, and it just seems to be a mirror that moves, as you said, a movement mirror that you can kind of like move between them.
Cool. I stick my hand into it.
Do I see a hand?
Nope. You stick your hand and you collide with the glass. And you, Zilmorn, you just see your reflection.
I wonder if it's not charged or something. Strange.
Curiosity is just being the best of me at this moment. I'll turn to Grim and say, hey, prepare what happens. I don't know if this is going to work, but there's a lever here I want to pull.
Okay.
I pull the lever.
All right. With a loud kind of shutter sound, this door here just flies upwards and you can see down the stairs.
I go, oh, that's what that does.
What is this? I'm gonna check out this statue down here.
All right, so as you walk back here, you can see in the very back of the wall, there appears to be I know it's not what you're looking at, but your passive perception, you can see what looks to be this figure kind of just bathed in light, like it has light beams all around it, and it is standing there holding a scale, and it looks like there's a person sitting on one side and a feather sitting on the other side, and below the scale seems to be this half human, half crocodile type creature sitting there with its mouth wide open. And you look at the statue in front of it and you see what looks to be a humanoid with a vulture's head, and they have a hand that's sticking outwards, kind of like the statues. You also notice as you come down here that there's a doorway over to the side there.
Anybody ever hear of a half man, half crocodile type of creature?
That sounds like a religion check, Sotik.
Yes, it would be.
Can I roll too? I'm curious.
Sure. It'd be a religion check.
Oh, sorry.
You have the same modifier, or is it different?
I think it's different. Hold on. Yeah, it's way different. Sorry. There you go.
All right. Well, both of you would know that this is depicting the names of the gods slip your mind, or the deities, but it's depicting this one deity that would bring people to judgment, and you know that they would be weighed for the life they lived, And so they would be put on one side of the scale, and on the other side would be put a feather. And if they were good, then they wouldn't weigh more than the feather. But if they lived bad lives, they would weigh more, and that side would tip into the crocodile's mouth, where their souls would be eaten and destroyed forever.
Oh, you're cheery. That thing's cheery, isn't it? Oh, I share this information. To, just go like, okay, well, you see that thing right there? It's basically scales of judgment. If you're measuring your good and bad deeds, if your heart is lighter than the feather, you know, get a nice little afterlife. If it's heavier than the feather because you're a real dick in life, the alligator eats your soul.
So I'm going to try to move the arm.
Okay, arm does not move.
I will look at this doorway and on both sides of it.
All right, give me an investigation check. As you're kind of looking it over, you don't really see anything off about it. It looks to be a normal door as well.
Then I will try to open it.
Does not have a handle per se, but you can grab on and push it open, and sure enough, it just opens up into another room. You see some very old looking crates and the barrel off to the side, as well as another door sitting in the back there.
I will start looking through this stuff.
All right, as you start to try to go through it, it just crumbles away to dust in your hands. What was ever inside of it, you don't know if you made it crumble away or not, but you're eventually just left with like a pile of dust. You find nothing.
I will check over this door again.
All right, go ahead, give me another investigation. And again, nothing seems off about it.
I will open the door.
All right, you open it up and see what looks to be two sarcophagi laying down.
A couple's retreat, I see.
Should
Are
we
there
open
any-
it?
I tend to draw the line at grave robbing, but considering
I don't.
Torrid's, like I said, considering Torrid's general respect for the dead, I don't know why. As first of all, let me check this real quick. I'm going to see if there's any inscriptions on the sarcophagi, arcane or otherwise, because comprehend languages should still be up.
It is indeed, and if you kind of look it over, there's nothing written on them. They seem plain.
Well,
Can I sense anything from this little room with sarcophagus?
You know the location. Okay.
Basically, what I'm trying to determine
Yeah.
is whether there are zombies inside.
You do not detect anything from those two, but give me a second to read this over.
Mm-hmm.
So as you open your senses, you're kind of like standing here, focusing on these, and there's nothing that comes off about them. But all of a sudden, you smell this horrible smell that seems to be wafting back from the way you came.
It could be due to those mummies. Okay, I'm not saying anything. I'm just standing here, just staring at those sarcophagus.
I will attempt to open the one in front of me.
I will also attempt to open the one in front of me. Sort of like a 1, 2, 3, yoink.
Okay, give me strength checks to both of you.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be great. Watch this shit. Oh, how did I fucking get better than you?
I break a nail trying to do this.
You go to open yours, Ava, and you're really struggling, but all of a sudden you go to lift up your lid, Arvio, and you hear this sucking sound, and all of a sudden there's like visible, some kind of cloud of something just comes pouring out and fills up this room. As you guys were not holding your breath, you will instantly take, all three of you, 4 points of damage as whatever this is you inhale. It just seems like suck the air out of you, and you are now all three suffocating.
Okay, cool. Leaving the fucking leaving the room. Coughing.
Yeah, we'll leave the room.
All right, you guys come running out. You slam the door shut behind you, and catching your breath as you can now breathe again.
So, what happened?
Well, they just opened the coffin and we got a little bit. The thing that came out of them literally took our breath away.
There's a phenomenon of pyramids when you open them up. Air that's been in there for a while, I think they call it stellar. I forget. Can actually suffocate you and make you die. And that's basically what you guys just did.
Okay, great. So we should just wait for that to dissipate a little bit.
So yeah, I said, well, let's look at the final way. I didn't see any other way out of that room.
Yes. I'm actually going to keep the door open just so that the air can. I think if it dissipates a little bit, it'll actually be tolerable, and we can get within these coffins.
Okay. Well, Ava is walking off, insisting on going a different direction. You four just hanging out down here still?
I'm actually gonna go in the room. Can I breathe still, or no?
When you get here, it's becoming really difficult to breathe.
Okay. I'm gonna step back out, take a deep breath, and then I'm gonna go in.
I'm
Okay.
actually going to copy him and follow him in. Yeah.
And
All right,
Yeah.
which one was it that was open?
this one here.
I'm gonna push it open some more and see if I can see anything inside real quick.
You look in there, and it looks completely empty.
Gotcha.
There is writing in the bottom.
I take it I can't understand it.
Nope.
How much of a writing is it?
It's big enough that it's visible, but it's not like a lot of writing.
A lot of
Small
writing.
amount.
Okay. The best of my ability, I'm gonna pull out a piece of parchment and write down what it says.
Okay.
Can I look over his shoulder and just read it?
Yeah, you look over and it says that those who open these sarcophagus, your last breath you will take, cursed you will be.
Sure.
I guess once I'm done writing, I'm gonna head back out and then head up the stairs.
All right.
So how you doing, Graham?
I'm fine.
You're a fairly quiet one.
I don't respond.
I may incline. Is your echo still out?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something you're doing, or is that like a better half, so to speak? You don't mind me asking.
Arvio told me it's basically myself. Different timeline.
This is true.
It is an interesting. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
No tier chronomancy.
Do an Arcana check to figure out what that is.
Sure. Are you closing and opening doors there, Ava? Ava?
What's that?
You closing and
yeah.
opening doors?
Yes, now that everybody's in here. Yes.
Ready. You've heard a little bit about it. Gnomes are not ignorant to magic.
So part of necromancy, would I happen to know anything about like if it's like a bloodline type situation or if it's like an inherent ability or anything like that?
As far as you know, it's gnomes scholars seem to think that it is something that people just happen to come across.
I'll just turn to Grim and go, that's a very unique skill you got there. From what I know, you happen to either come across this ability or by some chance you're either born with it, but really don't know very much about it. Perhaps I can look more into it if you're ever so inclined.
Not really. Thank you, though.
Though I am interested, if that is part of you, if something happens to you, does the form itself change too?
It's just like me, so yeah.
Very well.
I wonder. That's actually a wonderful question. Are you only pulling from hypothetical realities, or are you actually borrowing an echo and thus therefore not harming an alternate self?
Well,
Ooh.
from what I determined is that it's based off what you know and what I know. It's something that is part of him, so it is him in a sense.
Well,
But
yes.
I really don't very much know. What I'm curious is if an ability is cast upon him, does that ability transfer over to the echo itself?
Yes,
Or
if
to
it's
this
got that
shadow
ability. I would imagine yes, because you're pulling from your current present, and all of the echoes are acting as hypotheticals from the point hypothetical futures and therefore presents in which you summon them. If I had a fucking graph, I could show you what I'm talking about.
I'll look at him and say I'm somewhat familiar about what this does, so you don't really have to go into detail.
I'm sorry, my mind's. You know how I get. Anyway,
I don't, because I don't really know you. But let's shelve this for now and continue.
I'm going to drop a ball bearing in the water.
All right, it sinks to the bottom.
Nothing else seems to happen to it.
Nope.
I will dip my toe in.
Okay. Your toe is now wet.
I will go in the nasty water. It's
So,
nasty.
knowing about, to an extent, what these tombs are entailed, I'm willing to make another roll. Would I happen to know if there's another way out? Like if there's a back door?
I mean, you would know that is very like user case. None of these that have been discovered and dug up and gone through have ever been the same.
Okay. I'll just kind of not share that knowledge, but kind of keep a note of it.
It'd be like wondering if everybody has a hallway in their house or not. So you walk out, the water quickly comes up to your waist as you leave the stairs and you're trudging out into this. Again, you
Sure.
see these three that basically the tunnels that go downwards, the stairs go down, and the water comes up to the ceiling as they go down. In order to go into them, you know you will have to dive underwater.
Shubrick, do you need the lift?
Yes.
Yeah,
How-
hop in.
How tall is Sherber?
Anybody swim good?
He's like 3 foot.
As you mentioned swimming, I actually look at you and like, I actually can't.
I also cannot do this thing. It's hard to do with hoops.
I think I'm like the only good swimmer out of the group. I can't really do that in half plate.
Wait a minute. If you're in half plate, can you just walk across the bottom of the water and then just drag us along?
So, hold on. This is going to be hilarious if this works. I gotta look this up real quick.
Oh no, I'm terrified.
Alright, DM. Cast off armor means that I can cast it off as a bonus or as an action, correct? And then put it back on as an action? Or am I
Mm,
wrong on
I
that?
think it's just you throw it off.
No, that's gonna work.
I'm gonna get into the water.
Your feet are in it so far, and now you're waist deep.
Oh, great. I'm glad. I'm glad I learned prestidigitation so that I can clean this up later.
Oh, can you clean me up later too?
Only
It's
if you
just
ask
nasty.
nicely. Anyway.
Oh, I do. I asked very nicely, my friend. This is nasty water.
Oh, this is very
Uh,
gross.
so it can be taken off in a few seconds, basically. So it's
Yep.
like unbuckling. So gotcha. So you guys see your 3-foot gnome friend all of a sudden just kind of twist and turn a few things, and he's out of his armor. And then he puts the armor in a bag that seems to fit it by some weird reason. You notice that at this point, you guys would actually notice, one of his arms does not look normal, and he is a little shorter.
Well, with that, and as you guys are contemplating getting ready to go for a swim, it's been our extra hour, so we will go ahead and end the session here for the night.
Alrighty.
Yay.
Alright.
That was fun. Little dungeon
Indeed it
crawl.
was.
It was
We're all
awesome.
gonna drown.
Yep.
Good to see the river all over again.
I'm not looking forward to this next part.
I'm not
No.
either. This is how I die.
The way me and Sherwick are the same size. We're gonna be up to our what you said heads in
Mhm.
this.
You guys probably be under.
Shoot.
We could swim.
Well,
Or
I can swim now.
That is true.
He's got his little arms going like a motorboat, like.
Oh no, it's just the one arm that you notice. It's like kind of where the elbow is located. That it's completely different. Like he has a glove on to kind of hide it, but you notice like every now and then you'll see little movements on his hand, like on the top of his hand, and then on his actual forearm itself, there's a little slight movement that seems to be going up and down.
It's a mecha gnome.
Mhm.
How much XP you guys need to you level?
A lot. What is the next tier?
236,000.
23,000. So we need 3,829.
A lot of
Maybe
XP.
next session.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's no way we're gonna get that level.
Get cast in the hell again, we can.
Yeah, I mean that would definitely work.
I don't know how many times do we want to lick the mirror until it casts us into the fucking shadow realm?
One more time.
One more time.
All right. I hope you guys had fun. Still be hanging out here for a little bit, but otherwise we are done for the night. See most of you, hopefully all of you, next Saturday.
Yep, this was
Alright.
fun.
Bye, guys.
Have fun.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
See you later.
I need to sleep so I can get to do your